Jay, that's strangely close to Daniel Jones from the Giants. Daniel, is that you? Beat the Chiefs. Show me. If the Broncos and Russell Wilson can show me that they can beat the Chiefs, then I will start believing.
The crowd up. And so are this defense, and Kansas City won't snap the ball again. The Denver Broncos have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs.
Dave Montgomery on the Lions, former Bear, gonna make this his revenge game for sure. David Montgomery gets the touchdown that ices the game. No! And there's a flag. There's flag. There's flag. There's flag. There's flag. Snap. Hold. Kick.
Denver wins! Denver wins! Let's go!
They open. No!
What happened? Oh shit.
America is football. Football
America
is
is football. Football is America. And if you don't like it, you can kiss your candy ass.
For the moment in time. I don't give a damn.
Oh my god.
You love this.
30 to 27.
No!
Chiefs win. Chiefs
No!
win 30 to 20.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 NFL Draft.
Let's go.
A day where franchises will be altered for the rest of history. When you consider the 2000 draft with Tom Brady, the 2017 draft with Patrick Mahomes, I'm guessing these, but this is what it is, man. Players are coming into the NFL, and the expectation is that your team will forever be changed.
Yes.
If you have kids, your kids, they're not even going to understand what life was pre Caleb Williams. They're not going to know, like, I mean, that's the goal. And that's what makes it so exciting. And they got Marvin Harrison. They just interviewed him. He's got a Lion King necklace on with Simba looking into the water. He sees his father. And on the other side of it, it's his dad and him.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that. I have that tattooed on my arm. I've never seen anyone else with that piece.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, super cool. So right now, we're just getting ready. We're in Detroit, not physically, but emotionally, we're there.
Sexually, we're there.
Caleb Williams just came out and said he was so nervous. He didn't sleep last night. He's just playing cards with his family, trying to stay calm and collective. And they just interviewed him. He said, we'll see what happens. Like, he does look a little bit nervous. There's no reason to be nervous, but maybe this is just, I think what this is the moment you try to take it all in, because once you go up there and you grab that jersey, like, the side of being a first overall pick that people don't think about is you're the first person to get it over with, right?
True.
All the other players kind of are sitting around waiting for their name to be called.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb Williams is going to go up there, have his moment, and in 2 minutes, it's going to be gone. You know, I mean, it's still going to be exciting and stuff, but it's going to be the Commanders on the clock, you know?
Yep.
So I could understand, like, you know, some of those feelings, and I bet it's just a ton of emotions at the same time. What do you think? I mean, you're a Bears fan. You know, there's a lot of franchises that never even have had the opportunity to draft number 1 overall, like the Denver Broncos. So from somebody that doesn't know what it's like, how does it feel right now to be holding the number 1 overall pick in a draft with Caleb Williams in it?
So honestly, obviously, I've said my things about Caleb Williams. It feels awesome to know that we're getting this pick at number 1 overall with not a shitty team. Basically, in layman's terms, it's not a shitty team that Caleb Williams is going to go into. We have this number 1 pick because the Panthers were the worst team in the NFL, and it wasn't us. So it's nice to know that. And it's even nicer to know, like you said, Caleb Williams, all these quarterbacks in this draft, but namely Caleb Williams, has been the number 1 projected overall pick for this NFL draft for a couple years now. And the Bears have never had a franchise quarterback. They've never had a 30 touchdown passer. They've never had a 4,000 yard passer in the history of the Bears.
They've never
This
had a
is
3,000-yard passer.
or a 3,000-yard passer. I mean, this is an opportunity. Well, I think Jay Cutler actually.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I was fucking with you, but
Oh, okay.
they've never
I
had
was
a
like, wait.
2,000-yard passer.
We've never had a 1,500-yard.
You're like
So
3,000. I think Jay Cutler.
I think I can do that.
Yeah, Jay Cutler definitely had 3,000. But I get you. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, no, but it's an awesome feeling, man, because this really can change, like you said at the beginning of this, the course of a franchise. And while the Bears have not had luck whatsoever with picks in this manner, this seems to be a little bit different. Ryan Poles seems to be a different GM. They have kind of revamped the front office. Obviously, no more Ryan Pace. Ted Phillips is gone. We have a new president. We have ideas and we have things laid out for the future of the Bears organization. It does feel refreshing to be a Bears fan. Bill, this is a Bears adjacent. I'm walking a fine line. You're right. If you guys are new to this channel, I had said, I swore that I would not wear any Bears gear until they've won 5 games. This is Bears adjacent, so I am walking a fine line, Bill, but it's a Saturday Night Live sketch, so it doesn't count. But this what's that?
That counts.
That counts. Kyle's calling it. That counts. We're taking off the stream. I'm sorry, everybody. See you later. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, man, it's awesome to have the number 1 overall pick. Obviously, in the manner we got it is awesome too. But this is just this is exciting. If there's one word I can describe it as right now, prior to the Bears being on the clock, it is pure excitement for what is going to happen, not only today, but for the next decade, really, if we're looking at it in those terms of the Bears franchise. That's the most exciting part of it all. And yeah, excitement is the word for Bears fans, I think, across the U.S. right now and across the world, if there are Bears fans across the world.
Ooh, it's got to be a little nerve-wracking too, you know? I mean, anytime you take on paper grand slam home run prospect, it puts a lot of pressure on the franchise, because it's kind of like if Zach Wilson works out with Sean Payton, all of a sudden it's a Jets problem, not a Zach Wilson problem.
Yes. Yep.
And it's very similar to that, where, you know, you just want it to work. You want to get that bad juju out of Chicago. This is a new era, new stadium announced that they're building right next to Soldier Field, $5 billion.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks
huge.
Beautiful. Have you seen the drops with the city through the glass? Absolutely stunning.
Gorgeous.
And this, what not a better time to just turn the page with a brand new quarterback, I think this is long overdue. This whole entire kind of chapter Chicago's stepping into. So excited from that standpoint. The Commanders obviously next on the clock, and then that will be the Patriots following right after. When you look at Drake May and Jayden Daniels, almost every mock draft has agreed that it's either going to go Jayden Daniels, Drake May, or Drake May, Jayden Daniels. Most people agree that it's going to be Jayden Daniels going 2. Some mock drafts have JJ McCarthy going 3.
Yeah.
He interviews very well. I see a lot of myself in him when I was younger. The ability to kind of have that depthness to him when he's having an interview. But is that enough to really draft a player? Like, I was really good at my interviews, but I also got fired once they hired me. You know? Like, every job I ever interviewed, I got the job. But eventually, you know, you can only keep up the act for so long. You know, and JJ McCarthy, and not to say that it's not authentic or anything like that. It's one thing to be really good in conversation in interview formats. It's another thing to be a good football player. Do you think that JJ McCarthy may go to, I mean, I won't say 2, but do you think he could go 3 over Drake May? Is that possible tonight?
Oh man, I really don't think so. A lot of the draft analysis, or a lot of the analysis of who Drake May is, right? He started off after the Super Bowl already looking at free agency. He started off as, this guy's the number 2 quarterback behind Caleb Williams, no doubt about it. He might even be a number 1. And as the offseason went along up until this moment, you did see he was starting to fall off. Actually, oh, perfect. Here we go, Kyle. Here we go. You ready?
All right, is it happening?
It is happening. This is happening. And the shitty thing is, Eminem is out there right now to start the draft.
Oh shit!
Goodell.
Oh shit! We got some
It's
Eminem
insane.
for you later. Oh, dude, this is dope.
This is
Eminem's
sick.
out there.
This is sick.
What did he just say?
Let's go, Big D. That was weird. They were
Good,
gonna
he
rap
would
battle.
destroy you. So Roger Goodell's on stage right now talking about, he was joking about a rap battle with Eminem, but here's Eminem approaching the mic now.
Here we go.
Detroit!
I love Eminem. Boo!
Voice
Boo!
for the
Detroit Lions.
Lions.
Boo! Detroit Lions. Boo! God,
And
I
of
wish I would
course-
have gone to the draft in Chicago when they had it there. That would have been sick.
Yeah, I'm going next year when it's in Green Bay.
Oh, nice. Aiden Hutchinson, Amon-Ra St. Brown hitting the stage. Oh,
Uh-oh.
Calvin Johnson, Hall of Famer, Lions great, hitting the stage as well.
The GOATs are all on stage, and then there's Roger Goodell. Barry
Oh!
Sanders.
Barry fucking Sanders, baby.
Barry. This is pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie.
This is awesome.
Detroit's
there's
letting their
Jared
nuts
Goff.
hang. Jared
Yeah.
Goff's on stage.
They got
Where's Dan
everybody
Campbell?
there. Crying somewhere.
Eating kneecaps in the corner.
Jared Goff. Jared Goff. That's awesome. That is awesome.
Aiden Hutchinson out there swaggier than a motherfucker.
Swag. Just swag.
Love me some Jared Goff.
Yep.
He looks like Ryan Reynolds today.
He does. Love this. Everybody's getting their say in the mic.
Very, very similar to what we saw last year with Travis Kelce and Mahomes, and
Yeah.
now Barry Sanders is. What's up, Detroit? There it is. There it is.
I heard boos. Did you hear boos? That's weird.
I didn't hear any boos.
No?
I'm hearing cheering.
Calvin.
What up, though?
What up, though? Oh,
Calvin
Bill,
Johnson.
Nick, Lil E, KC, everyone. I love it. Thanks for being here, guys. We really appreciate the love. And of course, boo Roger Goodell.
Oh, ooh, they might be booing Barry Sanders because of the curse.
Oh,
The Barry Sanders curse. But
all
they
right.
broke it, I thought.
Yeah, they did. Well, sort of.
Kind of. They're relevant.
Mhm.
All right. The 2024 NFL draft is now underway,
Let's
ladies
go.
and gentlemen. Let's go. I get goosebumps every time.
Woo-hoo-hoo. The Bears are on the
The
clock.
Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
Let's go. Let's go. 10 minutes left until the rest
Bear
of
down.
our lives.
Bear down, butt kiss.
Bear the fuck down.
You're going to hear some boos, of course. Division
Mhm.
rival, NFC North, Lions hosting the draft, Bears getting a I mean, this is interesting because
Yeah.
this is their rival, and they're going to see the franchise quarterback that they're going to be really familiar with in the next coming, 10 years. I mean, there's no mystery to this pick, Rick, right?
I don't think so. God, I really hope not.
There's
And
no
if you look
mystery
at the
here.
trade here, they get the 2024 first overall pick, DJ Moore, 23 first round pick, which turns into Darnell Wright, a second round pick last year, which turned into Tyreek Stevenson, and a second round pick in 2025 when they made that trade with Carolina for Bryce Young. I mean, absolute steal of a trade.
Yeah, especially
Absolutely.
when you consider Bryce Young sucked. It'd be one thing if it was a win-win.
Oh, that would suck.
Oh man, this is crazy. Well, hopefully, the line has me a few seconds behind you.
Mhm.
Damn, hate that. I think you were a little bit ahead of us, if anything.
8:32 remaining on the clock for the Bears. There's
Yeah.
Caleb Williams with his one of
Caleb
one
Williams.
of one suit.
What is he supposed to do right now? I bet he doesn't know what to do with his hands. Do you see his phone's pink too? His iPhone's pink.
Yeah, did you see painting
that
his
custom?
pinky nails silver?
I didn't, but I don't. He said his draft fit's going to be crazy, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not that bad. The only thing I don't like is a zipper. I don't like the zipper on the suit jacket.
You don't?
No, I really do not like zippers like on formal apparel, I guess.
They are showing Caleb Williams highlights, which is kind of unorthodox before the pick has been announced, but
Mhm.
that just shows you the conviction that the production team has that this is going to be Caleb Williams. And here he is at USC doing pretty amazing stuff.
Absolutely killing it.
I got to say, the only concern that I've heard is that Caleb Williams does do a lot of backyard football stuff.
Yeah.
And the offensive coordinator comes from Kyle Shanahan and comes from Sean McVay, where they just want you to kind of Brock Purdy, like, don't run around, don't do anything crazy, just trust my play, and it will develop. That's their new offensive coordinator. And I'm wondering, will Caleb Williams have that in him? Because he's such a special playmaker.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard for some of those type of quarterbacks to just Brock Purdy the game. And it's almost a shame to make him, right? I mean, I think Caleb Williams is most special when the play breaks down, like kind of like Patrick Mahomes.
And that's what happens when really your team and kind of what you have to do when your defense is 129th in scoring, as USC was last year. You gotta try to score as many points as you can, however you can. Yes, it does it. I've seen player comps of Russell Wilson moving out of the pocket, trying to, again, play that hero backyard style football. I also recently saw, and I don't know, it's up to you guys what you guys think about this. I also saw comps of Aaron Rodgers slinging it a bit, which I don't know if Aaron Rodgers necessarily moves out of the pocket quite a bit. I mean, you follow the Green Bay Packers a lot closer than I do. I don't know. Would you say that's a good player comp there at all?
I don't know. Like, honestly, the closest thing I've seen to Aaron Rodgers as far as like the way he throws the football, and don't kill me for this, but it is Zach Wilson. Like the way Zach Wilson throws with that flick. I'm not saying that, it's just the way the ball looks coming off his hand is very, very similar to him. But no, honestly, like, and I don't know if you touched on this, but everybody's put him in the Mahomes group. But Caleb Williams said he grew up idolizing Aaron Rodgers, the way Aaron Rodgers plays football.
He did.
And Aaron Rodgers and Mahomes are kind of similar because Aaron Rodgers learned from Brett Favre, who a lot of people say Patrick Mahomes is like if Brett Favre didn't make bad decisions all the time. So it's like Aaron Rodgers learned from Brett Favre. Mahomes kind of emulates a lot of that. So, yeah, I'll take Aaron Rodgers. Maybe a little more of that backyard football, extending the play. But what I love about Caleb Williams is that he is always looking to throw. He can extend the play for a long time, but he's always looking to get rid of the ball. And that's very similar to Mahomes. When you look up Mahomes' numbers, he throws the football under the most pressure, but the time to pressure is the longest in the NFL, which tells you he's back there holding and looking and scrambling, running, spinning, rolling, looking.
Yeah.
The play takes forever. I see a lot of that in Caleb Williams' game too.
And he said, I believe in interviews, I forget if it was at the combine or if it was at his pro day, they're like, hey, is there anything you hate doing? I think the pick may be in here for the Bears. And he said,
the pick is in.
Here we go. The pick is in the Bears. Pick in for the Bears, everybody. Let's see.
Ryan Poles told Molly McGarth before the draft that there will be zero surprises with this pick. They decided to go with Caleb Williams as their guy. I don't know why the Ryan Poles said yesterday you're going to have to wait, and then they spoil it an hour before the draft. Honestly, we all knew, though, right?
Oh, we definitely knew.
How come Caleb Williams doesn't look happy? I think he's trying to take in the moment.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to take in something for sure.
What?
What's up?
He's like, I just want to get this over with so I can go ball.
He's like, I don't know. My girlfriend really bad right now.
He's like, man, am I trending on Twitter yet?
He's texting everyone in the Bears war room, draft room is shaking hands, hugging.
Look at that. This is a day to be really proud of if you're a Bears fan, and especially if you're Ryan Poles. This has been a couple years in the making, but when you make the right business decisions, you end up in the right spot to take the right player.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations to the Bears and Ryan Poles. And there's no doubt that Caleb Williams has the highest ceiling out of all these players. And here it comes. Roger Goodell approaching the stage.
Let's see what it is. There it is. Let's go!
Caleb Williams,
baby! Let's go!
Oh, man. All right. So, Caleb Williams, Rick, how do you feel? Raw emotion.
I feel excited, man. I feel awesome. We got the best quarterback coming out of college right now, and it's Caleb Williams in his one of one suit. He's shaking hands, giving hugs, walking up to the stage right now to shake hands with Roger Goodell, and you can almost see a sense of like relief. Because even me, even the entire NFL and the community that comes along with it knew what this pick was going to be, and yet I got fucking goosebumps from it being called out. Look at him. He's hugging him. He's screaming, and he's about to put the Bears hat on, show the jersey.
Oh, man. And he's holding Fields' jersey.
Wow, what a douchebag.
Holding his number.
Let's go.
Look at that. Go. Williams stitched and done up right. The Chicago Bears have themselves a franchise quarterback.
I love it.
And Caleb Williams, I mean, let's talk about him. The 2023 Heisman Trophy winner. He set records at USC for the single season total offense with 4,919 yards, most touchdowns scored, rushing and passing, 52 total. Passing completions, passing attempts, passing yards. These are all records, guys. This is a 2022 Maxwell Award, 2022 Walter Camp Award. I could keep going down and down. So his scouting report strengths. He has elite overall arm talent. His arm talent is second to none out of anybody in this draft class. He has a Mahomes vibe to his play, which we talked about. He put up ridiculous numbers in 2002 at USC, where he rightfully won the Heisman. He's an almost unique ability to pull off spectacular plays, and he saves his best for when the chips are down. His play doesn't drop off when he's under pressure. He made an array of quality passes while trying to avoid a heavy pass rush, and he consistently makes top-notch passes despite being on a team with serious offensive line problems last year. And only limited blocking from his running backs as well. He's a huge threat with his legs, his plays, his fakes. They're all outstanding. Williams has the ability to manipulate safeties with his eyes. He's a pure athlete, loose and flexible. Williams has the speed to pick up yardage in scramble situations. His elite accuracy as well. I mean, he's a natural leader. There's really no downsides to his game. When you look at his weaknesses, they say he doesn't have the prototypical size for the position, but he's 6'1" and he's 215, so I'm not worried about that. At USC, Williams played in a simplistic offense, mainly consisting of one read concept. So some people are wondering if pro offense is going to translate very well, but the upsides, the strengths, they're too strong to look at these weaknesses and feel a certain way about him. Williams trends to hold the ball loosely and away from his body, putting him at risk for strip sacks. These are all things that can be coached up. His player comparison is Patrick Mahomes, and the Bears got themselves the number 1 quarterback in this year's draft.
And really, like, he's so hyped. And real quick, Lily pumped and stoked for Rick. Nick saying Williams looked hype, and absolutely. Thank you, Lily. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. But the most important thing is that he said in interviews, I want to be legendary. I'm chasing number 12, Tom Brady. And that's the exact attitude you want from your quarterback, from the leader of your team in a position that is the most important position in sports. That's the type of attitude you want coming on your team. Leading a locker room full of men, 54, 53 guys, whatever it is, to a Super Bowl and to multiple Super Bowls. That's what you want. He wants to win games. He said, the biggest thing that's bothering me right now is not being able to play football, not being on a football team. He is now on the Chicago Bears of the NFL, and he is going to do amazing things, or at least all Bears fans are hoping so. There are things, obviously, that you don't love, like you're saying, things you could coach up, things you could learn on kind of on the fly in the NFL, but those things will be brought out of him once he gets into the facilities and playing games. So I'm very, very excited.
For sure. And Chris Sims said on his podcast Unbuttoned that it's one thing to be really great. It's another thing to nerd out and love the game and love the film. And he sat down with them and they talked about how he likes his footballs broken in. And basically he said that, hey, this guy actually does love football. So that's a big thing. Now, pivoting to Washington with only 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, you got to be imagining that there are plenty teams that are making phone calls. This is really kind of weird for the second pick, who it should have been a lock. It's going all the way down to 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
That's crazy.
And the pick has not come in yet. I don't know if they're making phone calls. Is it the Broncos? Is it the Vikings? What's going on right now? Jaden Daniels on the camera. What do you think's going on right now in the war rooms across the NFL?
Well, actually, we already know, because the pick is graphic. They zoomed in on Jaden Daniels. And there's a lot of handshakes going on. I really did not expect for Washington to come out of this spot whatsoever. The Patriots, I know the Patriots and the Cardinals are up there in terms of, for me at least, a higher percentage of coming out of those spots, 3 and 4, and of course the Chargers as well. But the Washington Commanders are also in a rebuild, turnover type of situation at their franchise. They have a new owner, they got a new coach, they got a new everything. So why not start off with the number 2 overall pick and a brand new feel to your franchise? I really didn't expect them to come out of number 2, and I mean, that's exactly what's happening now. The pick is in for the Commanders, and we will see what happens here.
Do you think it's going to be Jaden Daniels, or do you think it's going to be Drake May?
I'm going Jaden Daniels.
I think it's going to be Jaden Daniels too.
Yeah.
I think what they want is a player to come in and play immediately. And here comes Roger Goodell approaching the stage. I agree with you. I think it's going to be JD. I think he deserves it. He counted for 55 touchdowns last season. Just absolutely insane. And he is the reigning Heisman Trophy winner. Here it is.
Let's see it.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels! Oh my God! Wow!
Jaden Daniels goes number 2 to the Commanders. This was a great fit all along. We talked about it before, but Jaden Daniels, coming from California, where he was a 4-star recruit, he's gotten better every single season since he's picked up a football. He was literally ridiculous last season. He led in pretty much every noteworthy statistic last season. This is a person that has exceptional athletic ability. He ran a 4.5 40. He's 6'3", though, and he displays natural speed and gains significant yardage as a runner. This is definitely a dual threat. He reminds me a lot of Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson actually didn't run a 40-yard dash, but sometimes the 40-yard dash and game speed's a little different. He looks a little bit faster on the field than he does on the 4.5 40. He makes sound decisions. He can distinguish between moments to be aggressive and those to just go with the check down. He's experienced in full field and half field reads, which is going to translate well to the NFL. And of course, he brings leadership qualities as a seasoned starter. Rick, is this going to be a player that is going to turn the Commanders franchise around? Or is this another quarterback that was drafted to a franchise that hasn't had the best track record of doing the best work with quarterbacks?
Yeah, that's going to be the tough one. That is definitely going to be the tough thing going into Washington. I really do hope for Washington this works out, because we talked about it a couple weeks ago. This is the same situation they were in 12 years ago during the 2012 draft, when Andrew Luck, just like Caleb Williams, was for months expected to go first, and the second one right behind them was RG3, and in this case it was Jaden Daniels. I really hope it is, because I don't want another RG3 situation to happen in Washington. Football in Washington can be extremely fun. We saw that when RG3 was the quarterback, even when Kirk Cousins was there for a bit. So football in Washington is exciting when they're very, very good. So I hope Jaden Daniels can, one, not only bring that excitement, but be a franchise quarterback, because he can be mobile. And with a very shaky offensive line, which we talked about ad nauseum during the season, when we were talking about Howell and pretty much the entire team, you kind of need that right now for your quarterback to be a bit mobile, to get out of situations that are going to cause a sack or even possibly a turnover. This is who they needed to get. Drake May, again, from what I have heard on, ESPN and such, that he's a little bit rough with his footwork, and Jaden Daniels seems to move a bit better in the pocket, if not outside of the pocket, than Drake May. So again, this is a former Heisman winner, just won the Heisman last year, and a guy who can make a difference. I mean, he's been in college for what, 4 years, 5 years, something like that. So he's definitely on the older side, in air quotes, obviously, of these drafts, of these draftees. But I think he's going to make an immediate impact in Washington for the Commanders.
I agree. And especially he's really polished as a passer, and his speed, once again, I mean, he's in the 97th percentile for the quarterback position, 73rd percentile for his height as well.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt, but the win for the Patriots. That means no trade. Something is happening in Foxborough. Let's see what happens here soon. They're interviewing Jaden Daniels. He's got the shades on. He's got the sick light blue suit on. I love the fit, man. It looks amazing. And he came out hype. That is one thing I love about the drafts. And Kyle, I'm pretty sure you feel the same, is when these guys come out of the tunnel and they've got the hat in their hands and they see Roger Goodell and they are like screaming like, yes, let's go. Like, I just got drafted to the NFL. I'm about to make so much money and play a sport that I've been playing for decades now at this point. And my family's going to be fine. And I'm going to play the sport that I was meant to play and have been doing for so long. That's got to be such an awesome feeling. And I'm getting that secondhand, like, gratitude, excitement from them by watching them.
Yeah. I mean, it's a dream come true. And as a kid that grew up with that type of a dream, like, I can definitely feel that, like, deeply. So this is going to be the quarterback of the future coming from the Patriots. We thought maybe they were going to trade back and collect a bunch of picks. There's Robert Kraft in the room, and it looks like we know who they're going with, right? I mean, they're going with so far the board in our draft has fallen pretty true. And I don't expect any surprises here.
They got the camera on Drake May as well.
Bill said that the draft started after Caleb Williams. You could make an argument that the draft starts after the Patriots, because will the Cardinals take 2 first-round picks to move back? Are the Vikings moving up to get in front of the Giants? But this should be the last pick that we know for sure.
Surprises, yeah. So let's see. Here we go. Roger Goodell is up. with the third pick?
In the 2024 NFL Draft,
Drake May.
Drake May.
Drake May.
Wow.
Patriots fans are yelling. Drake May is dapping up his people. I'm assuming brothers, father, mother, girlfriend, whoever that is. And he looks stoked to be going to Foxborough right now.
Wow. I literally, as I'm watching this, my TV cut out. It was
oh no.
It was like, and with the draft they select, and then it cut out.
You're like, fuck. Oh, again, I talked a little bit about Drake May when we were referencing to Jaden Daniels. Again, this guy is a little bit on the rougher side in terms of footwork and maybe that ability to, I don't know, really kind of read the plays and play it a little bit more polished quarterback. But we're looking at a guy who up to literally just a few minutes ago was going to go second overall and was speculated to be the second best quarterback in the league. Obviously, North Carolina, I believe they are in the ACC. So, I mean, the competition isn't amazing. Like you are looking in the SEC, SEC type of thing. But for what he has accomplished in that conference, it's very, very impressive. And he's going to be going to a Patriots team that has a history of winning. Obviously, yes. Kraft is still there as the owner, but you've got Gerard Mayo, who was a Patriots legend, and he is their head coach now, a defensive guy, and they have to bring in Drake May to address the quarterback because they absolutely sucked last year at that position. Drake May, I think, is going to make a huge change for the Patriots. And like I said, a few weeks ago, a couple months ago, when we were talking about, the draft and players, I think this draft for quarterbacks is going to be an amazing draft. We're going to look back at this draft and be like, wow, all these guys are competent NFL quarterbacks right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, they were asking Sean about that, Sean Payton, and he said, well, what, maybe 2 work out of all of the picks every year? And it's like, if you're not picking in the top 3, it's hard to, the further you get down the board, it's harder to believe that you're one of those 2. But, Drake May's speed is underrated. He's still in the 90th percentile for his 40-yard dash. He ran a 4.6. So he does have a little bit of speed to him. Last year, he was the Manning Award finalist, PFF third-team All-American, ACC Player of the Year, Sean Alexander Freshman of the Year. We could keep going, but he's got a ton of awards there. His strengths, like you said, effortlessly generates high velocity on throws with a crisp release. He's got a good arm. You see the throws he makes. His receivers, even when he's thrown across his body 60 yards down the field, his receivers have to stop and wait for the ball. They just keep running and they get underneath it. I mean, his balls really hang in.
Nice.
Impressive sporting bloodlines. His dad, Mark, played quarterback at North Carolina. His brother, Luke, was a 2-time All-ACC basketball player with the Tar Heels as well. Tall athlete with speed and foot quickness to pick up yards on the ground. Ran a lot of design quarterback runs in North Carolina and showed the athleticism to be considered a legitimate dual threat option who wants to pass first, similar to Caleb Williams. His weaknesses, they did say that, like you mentioned, he's going to need a little bit of time to refine his base mechanics through passes. Yeah. He avoiding a narrowed rotation that can impact his throw efficiency. To me, he is Josh Allen. He's Josh Allen. This is Josh Allen 2.0 coming in the league. Josh Allen needed to work on all that stuff. His throwing mechanics were a little off. I specifically remember watching games in his second year where they showed last year's time to throw and they showed this year's time to throw. And Josh Allen made those tweaks, and he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And a lot of people believe Drake May was, the second best quarterback in this draft class. And if it really did just go Mahomes, Josh Allen, then he is, but we'll see.
And here we go, Kyle. The pick is in.
This is bullshit. I'm kidding. No.
Trade.
You guys got to understand that as the draft continues, like I'm processing real emotions in real time. As I wait to see what my team's doing. But I got to say, the fact that nobody's moved up is a
Yeah.
good sign for us, because maybe JJ McCarthy does sit on the board, and at 12 he's there.
Ooh.
Maybe.
So that was one of the things too. The Vikings were reported to not move up unless they could get Drake May. Obviously, he is off the board now to the Patriots. So that means they are not interested in JJ McCarthy, or at least in trading up for JJ McCarthy. So if he's
no
sitting-
quarterback.
Yeah, if they're sitting at 11 and he's still there, then they'll pick him up, and they still have another first round pick, but they are not moving up to get JJ McCarthy. And here we go. Fourth pick.
The Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr.
Wow. Wow.
And as Bill said, not a huge shocker here, but Marvin Harrison Jr. was among a lot of scouts the most polished receiver in this year's draft. He is what you would call a can't miss prospect. There's no scenario where Marvin Harrison Jr. just doesn't pan out. He's going to be one of the best receivers in the NFL for years to come. Mm-hmm. And I guess that's why 4 is not too high to take a receiver. Rick, what do you think about the Cardinals' decision to not move back and to take the number 1 ranked wide receiver in this year's draft?
I think this is similar to the Bears taking Caleb Williams. This is, like Bill said again, this is a no-brainer, man. This is something that the Cardinals need to give Kyler Murray to be competitive moving forward. They got rid of Marquise Brown. They have a solid tight end, a young tight end. I can't remember his name at the moment, in Arizona, but they got to get Kyler Murray some weapons. Kyler Murray was a question mark the last couple seasons in terms of his want to play for the Cardinals, as well as his ability because of injuries. Now you get him a number 1 wide receiver in Marvin Harrison Jr., which, by the way, his dad's a fucking Hall of Fame wide receiver. You know, just a quick little side note on that. So he knows the game. He knows how hard he has to work in order to get to that status. But yeah, man, this Marvin Harrison Jr., I don't think you really could have missed on MHJ, Rome Odunze, or Neighbors. I don't think you could have missed. I think all 3 of these guys are going to be very successful in the NFL. You see how a lot of the wide receivers that were highly touted in past drafts have continued to dominate in the NFL. I mean, you look at Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, you look at Jamar Chase. Like, it is just a plethora of wide receivers that succeed no matter where they're picked. Amon-Ra St. Brown just got an extension a couple days ago, and he was picked like 18th. He was the 18th wide receiver picked. So, again, you're getting the best one in MHJ for the Cardinals, but you really could not have gone wrong with almost any wide receiver expected to go in the first round here. If you're the Cardinals, you just definitely got to get that playmaker that Marvin Harrison Jr. was in Ohio State and is going to be in the NFL.
Yeah, and real quick, just to take a moment and kind of look at the draft from a scope out. What do you, I mean, okay, so the Chargers are on the clock right now, unless they move back. Now, if you're a Vikings fan right now, you are literally holding your breath. Yeah. Because there's no way the Giants aren't going to draft JJ McCarthy at 6. Mm-hmm. And if JJ McCarthy comes off the board, now you've officially kind of run out of those tier 1 quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. So I would say there's about 5 franchises literally holding their breath right now, and the Chargers are holding the cards. Do you think the Chargers are just going to draft Malik Neighbors here, or are they looking to potentially move back for those 2 firsts? Like, what's going on right now?
So again, with the Vikings, I don't know if they want to move up to get JJ McCarthy. Obviously, there's some other players in terms of the Broncos, possibly the Raiders, and maybe another team. But the Chargers can absolutely here go Malik Neighbors, go Rome Odunze, or probably what they really need, go Joe Alt at offensive line. Honestly, like, they need that. I think they know they need that. And they know that Minnesota at this point is probably not going to give up their 2 first-round picks for JJ McCarthy. I think the Vikings, again, if JJ McCarthy is there at 11, they're going to get them. If JJ McCarthy is not there at 11, I think, or I'm sorry, if JJ McCarthy, is not there at 11, I think they wait until like a Michael Penix and possibly even a Bo Nix late round draft pick or even day 2 tomorrow.
Oh my God. Yeah. And 3 minutes and 55 seconds left on the clock.
How are you feeling? That's what I want to ask. Yeah.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I feel exactly. I mean, this is how I thought it was going to happen. I would have been shocked if Denver moved up to 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah.
I think that I want them to move back, to be honest. I want them to move back because we don't have a second round pick. I think that would be more important right now. When you think about how we've said this is the most quarterback wide receiver draft, that we've seen,
Heavy.
that means that this is the most value. That means your second round pick is as valuable as a first rounder in most scenarios. There are people that should be gone in the first round that are going to go to day 2. So I would rather move back a couple spots and end up getting another first round pick. It would be a second, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And try to build this team. I like the fact that I say that on one hand, but on the other hand, like if Denver moved up to 2 and drafted Drake May, I would have lost my mind,
You'd been so excited, dude.
Like, oh shit, Drake May.
Yeah, dude, I feel you because I'd be the same way because you have to look at this in a logical sense. How you're looking at it, I want them to trade back. I want them to get 2 second rounders for their 12th round pick. But also you cannot beat the excitement. Again, that was me when the Bears traded up to get Justin Fields. I was like, finally, we're trading up. We're aggressive in the draft. We're getting a quarterback that has upside. And I'm right there with you. Should the Bears have not traded up? Yeah, absolutely. They should not have traded up for Justin Fields because he's gone. You know what I mean? So it is what it is at this point. But I can totally see where your excitement, if something like that did happen, but you also got to kind of like curb that excitement a bit to look at it a little logically.
Yeah. And if you've seen the way I've done my mock drafts, that there's not one mock draft where I moved up. I mean, every single mock draft I moved back. I don't know if you saw it. Did you see the one I did with the Giants yesterday?
No, I did not get to catch that.
I did one with the Giants, and I actually moved back. The Giants were at 6, and I moved back to 8. And I still was able to get Drake May because JJ McCarthy ended up going number 3, and then the Chargers and Cardinals drafted receiver. So I just love moving back. I love the trading aspect. I don't know why we don't see it more. I truly don't. It just doesn't make sense. And with that said, Rick,
yeah, I was waiting for you to finish so I could hit it.
Who is it? Who's it
gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
I got a pretty good idea. I'm so sure I'm gonna type it just in case I'm right.
Bill's saying they're picking. Is this happening? I guess so. Because I think if this was a trade, it wouldn't say pick is in, right? They would literally say trade.
They're picking. This is happening. Bill, you are officially gonna get JJ McCarthy. Congratulations, buddy. I'm glad that you got yourself a franchise quarterback.
Nick saying that too. Come on, JJ, to the Chargers.
Congratulations, Bill and Rick and Commanders and Patriots, man.
Hey, congrats to you too, bro. You're gonna get Terrion Arnold.
I got Russell Wilson.
You got Zach Wilson. What do you mean? Oh, thank you guys for everyone joining us. Again, appreciate it. Please like the video. Please follow us if you're not already subscribed to us on YouTube, on X, or on Twitch. We appreciate the love. We got almost 30 people in this stream.
Chargers turned away trade offer calls for Justin Herbert. This was my prediction. Yeah. I said that the Chargers might trade to the Vikings Justin Herbert in exchange for Justin Jefferson and their first round pick, and then draft JJ McCarthy and Malik Neighbors. Wow. So that phone call did happen.
That was happening. Yeah.
And the Chargers said no. John Harbaugh is such a big personality. Nothing would surprise me. He's in the NFL again. He's going to shake it up. But
here we go.
Here we go.
Pick is in for the Chargers at number 5. Giants are on the clock after this. With the 5th pick. Joe Alt is a Charger. Joe Alt is a Charger, the 2023 All-American and 2022 First Team All-American. He is going to Los Angeles. Did he get the news? Is he not happy about it? What's going on here?
You know how offensive linemen are. That is him happy.
Oh, wow. Joe Alt is going to the Chargers, Kyle.
Yeah.
What do you think? I'm going to go pee for the D real quick, but what do you think?
Yeah, so Joe Alt, we had Rick on, or not Rick, but Jake, and he was talking about Joe Alt, how he was the most polished offensive tackle in this year's draft. There's still other good options. You got Illumina Fushina, you got JC Latham, but most people have agreed that those are second and third or battling for second, and Joe Alt as the number 1 spot secured. He's in the 96th percentile in his height. This guy's 6'9". He also is in the 87th percentile. He ran a 40 in 5 seconds flat almost, which is pretty good for someone 321 pounds at 6'9". That tells you that he's athletic. His scouting report strengths, he has the prototypical blindside protector build. This was definitely a draft pick for Justin Herbert. This is John Harbaugh. I saw a meme the other day that said, find you a guy that looks at you the way John Harbaugh looks at Justin Herbert. And this is just another way for John Harbaugh to say, hey, Justin Herbert, I got you. We're going to win in the trenches. We're going to win on the ground. We're going to play nasty football. The fancy, shiny Malik Neighbors was right there. John Harbaugh decides to go with grit and strength. This is a guy that utilizes his wingspan to snap quickness, to delivering jarring punches, displacing rushers with hip-generated torque, and maintaining leverage against power moves. This is the best offensive tackle in this year's draft. Dominates in the run game. He's amazing in pass pro situations, dominating pass protector. Like, there's nothing to say about him. When you look at his scouting report weaknesses, they look like nitpicking. Permits defenders too close to his frame. Despite his powerful build, occasionally falters in drive blocking and anchoring, suggesting a need to harness his strength more effectively. This is what college to NFL is. I mean, you're talking about there's a few technical areas to polish, but those are all pretty much gone now. And now he's going to come into the league with a guy like John Harbaugh, and this was a really smart move for the Chargers. And I know, like, you get an offensive tackle, it's not the most exciting, but I think it's necessary. But I do think that our next pick is going to be a lot more exciting. And with that said, Rick,
here we go. The Giants pick is in. Bill, are you excited? Because the Giants did have I feel like they trade back quite a bit too. But Bill, I want to know what you're excited about.
Bill's excited that JJ McCarthy's his new quarterback. I'll say it. What if he doesn't? What if they don't? What if he falls?
They're going to pick JJ. I think they're going to pick JJ.
I know.
And even Bill's like, I'm a little freaked out. But
we're getting Bo Nix for sure.
But what if they don't, though? What if they don't pick JJ?
Then we're going to ride with Zach.
Bill, would you rather JJ or Malik Neighbors or Roma Dunes? Who would you rather pick right now, Bill? Because a lot of us did not have JJ McCarthy falling to 6, like at all.
A lot of us did, actually. Not to be like, no, you're wrong. I'm just saying a lot of mock drafts had the draft falling exactly the way it did, with the only exception being Malik Neighbors and Joe Alt's kind of not. But as far as quarterbacks go, the Giants have been linked to JJ McCarthy for a while. They brought him in for a team visit. They took him out to dinner. They wined and dined him.
Yeah.
And now the Giants all know, I think they all have a pretty good consensus of what is about to take place right here, right now.
Here we go. Let's see what it is. 6th pick.
No!
Malik Neighbors!
God!
Oh
Malik
my
Neighbors!
God!
What?
The Giants
Oh my
wide
God!
receiver Bill
Oh my God, Bill!
Malik
Bill!
Neighbors is a Giant. Wow.
Oh my gosh!
Insanity.
Speechless. Absolutely like Malik Neighbors is great. And Malik Neighbors has been the number 2 wide receiver in this class behind Marvin Harrison Jr. But a lot of people have agreed that he has the most upside of any of the wide receivers in this class. He's 6 foot, 200 pounds. He's in the 98th percentile with his vertical jump. He knows how to high the football. I mean, this is an Odell Beckham. You know, LSU has not had any problem spitting out these amazing wide receivers. Now, keep in mind, with all of that said, it's this guy right here that has all of the LSU records. He holds them all.
Yes.
And that means a lot when you go through the list of wide receivers that have played there. He's the 50-50 ball guy. He's going to go up and turn those into receptions. He has the run after the catch abilities. He's got exceptional leaping abilities, exceptional ball skills, tracks mid-stride adjustments. Like, this is a Marvin Harrison type pick. It's just not what I thought the Giants were going to do here.
Not at all. And with the fact that JJ McCarthy was available there, this just goes to show you that they're either really believing in Daniel Jones or they think that possibly next draft, they can get a better quarterback than what JJ McCarthy is right now. So it's one of those two things. I mean, like you said, you have Malik Neighbors wide receiver who has the most upside in a team that you do have quite a bit of speedsters on the Giants, but you add Malik Neighbors and he is a true number 1 wide receiver that the Giants just got. And we'll see what the Daniel Jones experiment is for next season. But I think the Giants really got their number 1 wide receiver and are not going to reach on a JJ McCarthy type of quarterback. I think this is going to be one of those situations where we got our number 1 and then next draft, we're going to go quarterback if we're able.
Yeah, he's going to make an immediate impact in the NFL level. His speed, playmaking after the catch, ability to snap off routes quickly, mark him as the highest upside prospect. While he does need to work on contested catches and press release, Neighbors does have the tools to grow into a dynamic, versatile receiver and put up serious numbers in the NFL. This is potentially a Justin Jefferson. This is Odell Beckham Jr. This is Malik Neighbors. And I have heard some of the weaknesses being that he is tends to be a diva. And we know that LSU has brought in a lot of diva receivers. And I don't think Giants fans have to think too hard about an LSU diva receiver because they all know Odell Beckham really well. But sometimes when you're so talented, you're willing to put all that aside. You know, just like Randy Moss and Terrell Owens and Chad John. If you can ball, you can ball. This guy's too good to look away from, I think.
And the Giants owe it to him during his rookie contract to build around him and to really get him a quarterback. Again, if Daniel Jones is not working out, to really go after a quarterback, either again this draft, if they want to get one of those second-tier quarterbacks, or if they know they can improve on next year's draft and get a quarterback at that point. They really have to build around these guys. Oh my God, the Titans. Oh my God.
JJ McCarthy's fallen to 12, isn't he?
He's going to fall to 12.
I'm looking at it. Atlanta, Chicago.
Yeah.
Then at 10, you have the Jets.
Chicago's
then 11. Is this
Bears are getting JJ.
No, they're not. Fuck off. You're getting I think you're getting Jared Verse or Dallas Turner.
No, we're getting JJ, and then we're going to trade the Broncos for Cortland Sutton.
No, you're going to get Desarius out of Illinois.
Oh, Jerzon Newton?
Jerzon Newton, maybe.
Yeah.
No, I think you're going defense here. But maybe they want to tell Caleb Williams. I mean, no, man, you don't need to get a receiver. Like, I just don't think that getting a receiver
no.
for you guys is going to make as big of a difference as getting the top defensive player in this draft. By the way,
That's what I'm thinking.
no defensive players have come off the board yet. None
yet. You're right.
So, I mean, the Bears are looking at their pick of whoever. I think it would be dumb to go receiver. What do you think?
Keenan Allen has 1 year left on his deal. He's 31. I think by the time the season starts, he'll be 31. If we get another wide receiver, if we get a Rome Odunze, if we get a he's the only one left really of the top three. If we get a Rome Odunze, we have another just solid wide receiver there opposite of DJ Moore, and to develop under DJ Moore and Keenan Allen would be awesome. But this is logical, Rick, talking where we do need to shore up that defensive line and get pressure on the quarterback a lot more this season. We got Montez Sweat. Our defense played a lot better that last second half of the season. We locked up Jalen Johnson. We have a ton of second-year players, third-year players that are looking very promising as well. You have to get a Jared Verse, a Dallas Turner, one of these guys to be opposite of Montez Sweat. And then at that point, all you got to worry about is making sure the middle line, the middle of that defensive line is at least solid, because you have two great pass rushers on each end. And that's logical, Rick, talking.
I think
excited Rick wants Rome Odunze.
Totally understand that. So Tennessee's pick is in. I think this is going to be J.C. Latham. I'm pretty confident in that. Yeah. A lot of mock drafts had J.C. Latham going to the Chargers and Joe Alt going to Tennessee, but since that's swapped, I expect this to swap as well. Now, the last mock draft that came out, Daniel Jeremiah's went like this: Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Marvin Harrison Jr., J.C. Latham, Malik Neighbors to the Giants, and Joe Alt to Titans. That's pretty freaking spot on at this point, with only Joe Alt and J.C. Latham swapping. So do you expect J.C. Latham off the board here to Tennessee?
Yeah, I forgot that I had Joe Alt going to the Titans. So offensive line makes complete sense here for the Titans. If they want to go Rome Odunze, I mean, I get it. You want to give Levis some weapons as well. You did get Calvin Ridley, not the weapon that is necessarily going to just burn people anymore. But if you bring in a Rome Odunze, but without protecting him at offensive line, without bringing in a very crucial piece of that offensive line for Will Levis, you got weapons, but you got no protection. The ball's going to come out earlier. You're going to cause turnovers. Might be a little tough to sell that to Tennessee Titans fans.
Yeah, the Titans have a screaming need at tackle. And if it was Joe Alt and J.C. Latham off the board here, I would have expected the Titans to trade down. But since it's only Joe Alt off the board, they stay put the picks in. I feel pretty confident that this is going to be J.C. Latham.
Yeah, because J.C. Latham, I believe, is the next best one. Well, they got Troy Fautanu from Washington on there as well, but I think J.C. Latham is, obviously after Joe Alt, the better tackle there.
Yeah.
And here we go. Boo.
With the 7th pick in the 2024 draft, the Titans select J.C. Latham. There it is. J.C. Latham comes off the board. And Rick, immediate reaction here.
Again, definitely a need that the Tennessee Titans needed to fill for Will Levis. If they're going to go Will Levis for the future of their franchise, you got to protect this guy. He's a tough son of a bitch, but tough sons of bitches also get hurt. You don't want your tough quarterback who can take a hit when needed to be constantly getting hit. We've seen quarterbacks who come into the league with a very, very shaky offensive line get sacked numerous amount of times, almost breaking records. We've seen that happen to Justin Fields. I mean, even Russell Wilson. We saw that happen to Howell just last season with the Washington Commanders, and he's out of town now. Jaden Daniels is coming in for that. So you need to shore up that offensive line to protect your possible franchise quarterback. And again, just because he's a tough son bitch does not mean that he cannot get hurt. And if that is your franchise quarterback, you want to keep him healthy for as long is possible. Again, I would have understood a wide receiver here, Roma Dunze, or maybe another weapon, but this is the very logical, safe choice for the Tennessee Titans to make.
Yeah, and logical and safe tend to sound like conservative things. Let's not get it twisted. This is going to be a Pro Bowl player, maybe a future Hall of Famer. If you need to figure out how athletic he is, let me just tell you, he's 342 pounds. His 40-yard dash is in the 99th percentile. He ran a 4.85 at 6'6".
Wow.
342. He's faster than me.
He lifted Roger Goodell in the air.
Of course he did. And this guy has always been that guy. He was a 5-star recruit out of high school, 5-star grade from 24/7 Sports. He was one of the top recruits in the nation. Then he joined the nation's best college, where he saw significant playing time as a freaking freshman over the course of 9. And you can't just play as a freshman at Alabama. That means a lot.
No. Yes.
He took part in 142 snaps, predominantly at right guard. As a sophomore, his role expanded significantly, and then it just increased from there. He employs a rhythmic, measured pass set, leveraging his reach to keep off inside rushes. He possesses more than a prototypical NFL size. He looks like a giant. Arm length, strength, demonstrating a consistent ability to dominate the line of scrimmage. As a run blocker, he exhibits Mauler traits, his ability to collapse the edge and drive defenders, showcasing his upper body torque. This is going to be a person that is going to work. This is a player that has always been good at football. He's a natural athlete. He's bigger and stronger and faster than most people on the field. And if you really want to invest in Will Levis, this is the right move right here.
Yep. And Kyle? The pick. I saw a lot of handshaking in that draft room for the Falcons.
Brock Bowers on the other side of Kyle Pitts.
Oh, could you imagine? That offense? Wow. Dude, I mean, it is another Hernandez and Gronk situation of how well that worked with the two tight ends.
That would be insane, dude.
That would be just insanity.
And now with Kirk Cousins there?
Yeah, with Kirk Cousins there. Absolutely. He loves throwing into his tight ends, especially when the season's on the line.
Super Bowl pick with a move like that.
Yep. I don't think they're good. There's no way they go JJ McCarthy. There's no way.
No, would they?
There's no way.
JJ, he's like, they haven't called me yet. It's okay. I just meditated. I love that guy. I really do like JJ McCarthy. He seems very calm and collective, and also he's okay with that they haven't called his name. Some players get upset. Aaron Rodgers did. To me, that's
Levis.
I like that he's just kind of like, hey, when they call, they call. I know who I am.
Yeah.
And I know they didn't ask me to do much at Michigan. So whoever does make that phone call is taking a little bit of a risk,
Hopefully, and hopefully this is another one of those quarterbacks that once he gets into the NFL, he could kind of flourish, Again, wasn't asked to do a lot in Michigan, but going into the NFL, it's obviously a different animal, different situation. And hopefully he can flourish in that under, NFL coaches with some NFL players, just a more, even more professional system under under whatever team picks him. But here we go. Roger Goodell looks like is he coming out? Is he stepping out? Because the pick is in for the Falcons. Falcons at number 8. The Bears are going to be on the clock here after they announce the pick for Atlanta. We have some fans here from Atlanta. Oh, this is long the pick is in, I feel like. This is taking a while. Wow, I wonder. They have Kirk Cousins for 3-4 years, but would they pick a quarterback here? Would they pick a JJ McCarthy? Let's see what it is. Here we go. Eighth pick. Michael Penix! Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons!
No way!
Michael Penix to the Falcons!
What?
Penix to the Falcons! No JJ!
I saying.
No, JJ, it's Michael Penix. Oh my God. What?
Why?
What?
Why would I don't understand this pick.
What?
This is the first pick I can say I'm a little confused about.
This is surprising as fuck.
What? Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Are you
Michael
serious?
Penix, left-handed quarterback out of Washington, has an amazing deep ball. And we talked to Jake on Monday. He said he has an amazing deep ball, but for these safeties in the NFL, that's a lot of hang time. They can be there, but Atlanta must love what they see from Penix because they're willing to draft him to sit under Kirk Cousins for a couple years before they go with Penix. This is crazy at 8.
This is crazy. Now, with his 40-yard dash was in the 93rd percentile, vertical 95th percentile, broad jump 98th, arm span 97th. He had an amazing pro day, and I think that's what really got him up here on this list. Very similar to Anthony Richardson, not as much of a freak athlete as him, but that's what climbed him last year. He's got a big, strong arm, able to effortlessly throw the deep ball without any effort. The Sugar Bowl proved he was more than capable of making any NFL pass with ease. And the Bears, Rick, Bears didn't have to think long when you got every defensive player on the board.
I'm going to hit it. Wow.
I'm going to hit it too.
This is, do you think with all the hype around JJ McCarthy, he's going to go before Drake May, he's going to be top 5, this and that. Per the 2021 draft, when Zach Wilson had a great pro day and was being talked up, do you think a lot of teams were like, I'm seeing behind this BS where Michael Penix is clearly the better quarterback? Or like, what is happening here with Penix here at 8?
Dude, I don't know. Now, his weaknesses, if you saw him in the national championship, you definitely saw a lot of them, but he has an extensive injury history, multiple ACL tears.
Yeah.
He does have durability concerns. He has occasional accuracy lapses across various zone fields, especially on finesse throws, potentially linked to his unorthodox throwing motion. While capable of quality throws, Penix's arms mechanics sometimes slow his release. He's going to not, I don't see him coming in and starting right away. And now he's in a situation where he doesn't have to. He can sit behind. This is the Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers. This is what they want. They want to have him behind Kirk Cousins, take his time to learn the game. And when it's time for him to step in, he'll be ready for that moment. I think this is smart. It would be stupid for a team to draft a quarterback that needs some work and throw him out into the fire. We've seen time and time again that strategy doesn't work. And on the opposite side, we've seen that this type of strategy does work. So
and one of the things he said, because they're showing all of his season-ending injuries in 18, 19, 20, and 21 is, I consider myself lucky. I have all of these season-ending surgeries and I still come back. Most of us, quarterbacks, players in the NFL or just in football in general, do not come back the same. And Penix was able to get his team to a national championship game last season while also being hyped up as one of the top quarterbacks in this draft. And the Atlanta Falcons said, you know what? Yes, we're going to sit him behind Kirk Cousins because, like you said, this could be our Jordan Love. And here we go. Here we go.
Did not expect him in the top 10.
Me neither. No, not at all. And here's Roger Goodell. The Bears picking at 9. Let's see what they get. 9th pick.
Rome Odunze!
Rome Odunze, baby! Rome
Odunze is a Chicago Bear. They draft Caleb Williams and throw him an immediate bone. Rick, what do you think?
Yes.
The most polished receiver in this year's draft.
Oh my God. Rome Odunze is a Chicago Bear, and he's going to be thrown the ball to by Caleb fucking Williams. He is going to learn from Keenan Allen, from DJ Moore, from all of these guys that are already on the offense, that are already making a huge impact, not only on the Bears, but in the NFL. I love Rome Odunze. I saw tape on him a few days ago, and the way he's able to get separation, control his body, make sure that he's inside the field when catching these footballs from Penix. Oh my God, dude, this is a great pick. This is excited, Rick. Logical Rick is not that excited because we know we needed some help on the defense, but I think we can try to make something work with the defense. But Rome Odunze, I was thinking in my head, and I think our mock draft showed it, that we were going Rome Odunze and we were going Caleb Williams. 2 back-to-back Washington Huskies going in the draft. This is going to be an exciting time to be a Chicago Bears fan, man, because this guy, like you said, is speculated to be the most polished receiver that's going into the NFL. You have Malik Neighbors and MHJ. This is the top 3 receiver in college, and he's a Chicago fucking Bear, dude. He is a Chicago Bear.
Big moment for big day for the program of Washington. Program. The last 2 picks coming from Washington. Rome Odunze is one of the most body controlled wide receivers in this year's draft. His ability to snatch the ball out of the air, his yards after the catch, he's elusive in space. He can block, he can do zone, he can play slot, he can go on the outside. There's nothing he can't do.
Time out. The Vikings just traded up to number 10. The Vikings just traded up to number 10, and we forgot to trade. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Why? They were at 11. The Jets aren't drafting him.
No idea. Absolutely no idea. They are not drafting him. The Jets are not drafting.
Maybe the Jets were going to put him behind Rodgers.
Maybe.
Maybe they just saw what Falcons did and said, fuck, we need to move up one more spot.
Wow.
Right. That's huge. So JJ McCarthy.
Sorry, continue. I just wanted to make sure we knew. Ooh, and the pick is in.
So we gotta let everybody know that there has been a trade.
Along with that trade, the pick is in. Wow, exciting stuff. Rome Odunze being interviewed right there on the side of the stage. He says he's the final piece of the puzzle. Huge.
Yeah, and a smooth vertical receiver exhibiting impressive ball tracking skills. He has a knack for exploiting zone coverages, routinely finds and occupies open space, showcasing his on-field awareness. This is going to be a connection for years to come, Williams to Odunze. And then don't forget about Keenan Allen and DJ Moore.
Yeah, this is insane.
This is bullshit is what it is.
Kyle, Vikings at 10. They traded with the Jets. They are likely taking JJ McCarthy.
100%, I think. 99.9.
99.9% taking JJ McCarthy. The Jets, like Bill's saying here, their guy Bowers, they might go Bowers. I think that was kind of what everyone is expecting is the offense. The Broncos are at 12.
Some people had Rome Odunze going to the Jets as well.
Yeah. The Broncos are at 12. What's going through your mind? What's up?
I think Denver is doing all they can do when you don't got much money and capital. You just got to sit and see how the board falls, and the Vikings understand that. So the Vikings jumping up here. I wouldn't be surprised if Denver hasn't, since the trade happened, put down their phones calling to move back. The problem is a lot of the teams that needed a quarterback just got one. So who needs to move up in this type of a first round? It might be hard for Denver to move back. And in that case, we might be looking at the best defensive back in the NFL, Kerryon Arnold and Patrick Surtain, 2 Alabama players coming together. That wouldn't be a bad, that's pretty sick. Like to have 2 of the top corners in the league on the same team.
Yeah.
You got to take what you can get, but not having a second round pick. I mean, you got to move back, man. You got to move back.
You do. And is that what you're hoping they do?
Yeah, I'm hoping that they can find a way to move back to maybe like 24. I know the Eagles want to move up A lot of
Mhm.
people are saying the Eagles might move up and make a big move.
Really?
I would think maybe Denver would be willing to trade spots with the Eagles and in turn get a second round pick.
Oh, okay.
I
Because we're
mean,
like, yeah, because it's valuable. That shit is valuable, no matter what.
yeah, and I got to say, if JJ does not come off the board here, then I wouldn't be against that at 12.
Ooh. And the Vikings pick is in. We're back from commercial break here. This is if it's not JJ, any other possible pick you could think of right now?
I can't. I think it's JJ.
Yeah.
I think it's always been JJ. Look at that
Yeah.
smile. It's fucking JJ.
Yeah. It's JJ. Or do the Jets trade back again, is what Bill's saying. Yeah,
Dude, the
I
Jets
can't
trade back again. I think they're gonna get Brock Bowers. That was in my
Yeah.
mock. I'm
Mhm.
staying true to that.
Yeah, I can't think of another pick other than JJ unless I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
this has
really
got to
don't.
be JJ McCarthy, and then I'm thinking the Jets right after go with Brock Bowers, and then the Eagles move up with and trade with the Broncos and select Fuga, the offensive tackle out of
Fuaga, yeah.
Oregon State.
If this is indeed JJ McCarthy, the first 10 picks of this draft have all been offense. All offense for the first 10 picks of this draft, if this is indeed JJ McCarthy.
We've also never seen it go. I believe this would be 5 quarterbacks in the top 10s. It never happened.
Oh, that's right. Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, Michael Penix Jr., which is
JJ
still
McCarthy.
rattling to me. And JJ McCarthy. That is just insanity.
Crazy time to be alive. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in right now, please hit that like button and help us out a little bit by hitting that. And with the Vikings picking, you got to imagine Minnesota's enjoying this because, look, it wasn't part of the offseason plan to lose Kirk Cousins. The chips fell that way.
Yeah.
Kirk wanted more guaranteed money. The Vikings were willing to give. And then, this was a pivot that they had to make. And for the Vikings, man, I don't know. What did they have to give to move up? Do they still have their second first-round pick?
Yeah, they do.
I'm surprised that they moved in front of the Jets. I'm still shocked about that.
And here we go. Oh, awesome. The family of a fallen Army sergeant is there to make the pick for the Vikings.
Here we go. Oh.
That's awesome. Classy move by the NFL there. Let's see who it is. Vikings. JJ
McCarthy.
It's JJ. JJ. It's JJ. It was always going to be JJ. National champion JJ McCarthy from Michigan goes 10, and we have 5 quarterbacks going in the first 10 picks of the NFL draft. Wow.
Yeah. And man, JJ McCarthy on most draft boards was the 5th ranked quarterback in this year's draft, right behind Penix. And that's the way the board fell. JJ McCarthy, originally from Illinois, began his football journey at Nazareth Academy and then honed his skills at the IMG Academy in the 2020 season. It's funny, when you get older, time flies by, but when you're younger, it goes by a lot slower. Isn't it funny to think JJ McCarthy was in high school before, like, in Mahomes' second season, this guy wasn't even at prom yet. You know what I mean?
God.
Like when you think about it at our age, it sounds weird, right? But
Yeah.
this guy is very young. He's fresh. He's got deep ball accuracy. He's put it on display. He's got several of his touchdown or touch passes also. He had a really great game against Purdue where he highlighted his ability to drop balls into tight coverage. He has shown a strong pocket presence in high pressure situations, notably when he outplayed CJ Stroud in the Wolverines versus Buckeyes matchup. His clutch performances extend beyond just big games. He has natural leadership and intangibles, and those were crucial in guiding Michigan to a 13-1 season. This is a guy that only lost one football game in his whole Michigan Wolverine career.
Wow.
I mean, you can say what you want about what you've seen from him or his frame or any of that stuff, but the fact is he's a winner, and he is shown that he can be coachable. He said in an interview with Rich Eisen that it's hard for him to go into a system where Harbaugh was like, no, you're going to just stand here and deliver this throw, because he wants to, display his talents, and he wants to do that, but he's willing to basically humble himself and just do what he was asked to do and buy in. And that's what he's going to be asked to do on the next level. For the Minnesota Vikings, Kevin O'Connell is going to get his guy that he wanted. And JJ McCarthy, he's a winner. For what it's worth, that's what he is. So there's a ton of room for an improvement in his middle field reads. His performance against top college defenses suggests strong potential for growth in this area. But I think with the right coaching, he's going to be able to develop into a quarterback. What kind of quarterback? I'm not sure, but I think he's going to be in the league for at least 10 years, one way or another.
And I think the Vikings want to, him to turn into somebody obviously as close as like who they had, which was Cousins, right? Except winning more, a lot more, especially in the postseason, which again, he is a winner. He won the national championship. You said it yourself. He's lost one game in college. Obviously, that is something that people will talk about. Does he know adversity? I mean, probably not, but there's probably other things other than not winning that is an adversity thing for him on a personal level. So we got to look at this, not in the football sense. And yes, he is being drafted to play in the NFL, but where is his adversity through his personal life? I think those are all things that you have to consider as well. Again, his leadership qualities are awesome. The Vikings need a quarterback who can create or give that leadership quality. They got him in a very good situation with Justin Jefferson there as well. I think they are maybe a running back away and maybe a couple defensive pieces away, the Vikings, from being a really, really good team in the NFC North. And with that being said, the Jets pick is in. But yeah, JJ McCarthy, man, obviously it was going to be the pick for the Vikings. They needed a quarterback. They were not going to trade up to get JJ McCarthy if he fell to where they were at, which he did. They got him. And here we go. Here's the Jets pick. 11th pick. Jets.
Yeah.
Oh, Fashanu.
Wow. Did not see that coming.
Oh, Lou Fashanu. I mean, look, the Jets needed a lineman.
Oh, wait. No, we did see that coming. Yeah.
But I thought it was going to be, I thought it was going to be not Olu. It was going to be, what's the other guy? Not JC Latham, but.
No, I thought it was going to be Illumina Fashuna.
Olu Fashanu. I love that, Kyle.
That's who, but it wasn't. It was the guy out of Oregon State, right?
No. It was Fashanu. Fashanu's from Penn State.
No, that was him. Okay. Yeah. So he was the second ranked offensive tackle in this year's draft. So, that, I guess, when your franchise quarterback goes down in the fourth play of the season, Brock Bowers is all fine and dandy unless Rodgers isn't on the field.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And again, we kind of were saying that they needed an offensive lineman. Again, Brock Bowers would have been the shiny, sexy pick for Aaron Rodgers in this Jets offense, but they've got Garrett Wilson. They've got some pretty good weapons there.
Broncos pick is in.
Oh, here we go. Let me hit it for you while you So the Broncos pick is in. We'll get it here in a few seconds. But
was
yeah,
quick.
man, they needed to get an offensive lineman. Obviously, we didn't expect them to move down to 11 to pick, but they did, and they got Olu Fashanu. Olu Fashanu is going to be a New York Jet.
I mean, as soon as Denver got on the clock, their pick was in.
Their pick was in. Yeah. What are you thinking, Kyle? What are you thinking right now? That's 11 straight offensive picks.
Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, I guess we're not moving back.
Yeah.
Terrion Arnold. But I don't know if Sean Payton can look away from Brock Bowers. I don't know.
Oh.
You know how much he loves his tight ends.
Oh.
He's got a long history of Jimmy Grahams, and I don't know if he's going to be able to.
The cameras on Bo Nix. The cameras on Bo Nix. Would Bo Nix absolutely just kill you?
No. No. It wouldn't. I would just. The thing is we don't know if he's going to be there, and we don't have a second round pick.
Yeah.
So it's now or never,
yeah.
kind of. Unless we're going to trade Cortland Sutton and get back into the first round or second round. So how much does Sean Payton love Bo Nix?
Yes.
Yeah. I know that Zach Wilson wasn't the answer to our problem. So part of me does think that Bo Nix is the likely choice here, but it's a shame that they didn't move back and select him if that's what they do.
We got Liam in the stream. Liam, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, man. And if Michael Penix was still available, would you rather go Michael Penix or Bo Nix?
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix still? Okay. So you're not upset at all, because he fell, and you're not giving up anything because Bo Nix is still here. And again, the second round pick does suck. But at least you're not giving up any more picks. You're not giving up any more of things that the Denver Broncos just don't have, which is picks, cap space. They just don't have a lot of that because they gave up a lot for Russell Wilson. So you're not.
I don't see the Broncos taking Bo Nix at 12. I know they want to fill the quarterback position, and I know it's the glaring hole on the team, but I would have expected Denver, if they wanted to go that route, to move back to around 22 and then select Bo Nix, gaining a second round pick. If they're going to make a move at 12, it can't be somebody that might work. You got every defensive player on the board, if I'm not mistaken, right now. Right?
Every single one.
I think Denver needs to go ahead and just get the most polished, like Surtain. Look how well that worked out for us. Why not just go get Surtain Part 2?
Yeah.
I would rather that. And then, look, Zach Wilson's going to be our guy this year, whatever. Next year will be a new year, but at least we can have something of value here. Unless you're in love with Bo Nix, which
there's got to be something, right?
Yeah.
If
Sean loves Bo Nix, like, how do you not draft him in this case?
Yeah.
But is it likely that the best quarterback in this year's draft is the 6th one, selected?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah. Lil Lee, what the fuck are the Jets doing? They're protecting your 41-year-old quarterback.
That was a solid draft pick.
I think that was a solid draft pick. Who did you want, Lil Lee? Who did you want the Jets to take, by the way?
Brock Bowers, probably.
Probably Brock Bowers, yeah. Dude. I was gonna say, man, if you do love Bo Nix here, I feel like you could have loved him in the second round by trading back. I really do. Oh.
Sean Payton
never drafted quarterback in first 2 rounds as head coach. But let's see.
Schefter just came on and said that this would be a record. There's Sean Payton in the war room. There's George Payton right next to him. The pick is in. So
here we go. Nick and Kyle. holding their breath.
My God, I don't even know whether to laugh or cry.
I'm gonna be ready with the graphic to see who it is, Kyle. Sean Payton has not drafted a quarterback in his first 2
Saying Bo Nix reminds Sean Payton of Drew Brees.
That's what I've been hearing from him as well.
They both have big hands. Bo Nix is 6'2". He had 600 rushing yards the final year. So we'll see what happens here. Here comes the commissioner. With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix.
Wow! Bo
Quarterback, Oregon.
Nix! 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks, Kyle. What do you got?
All right. Bo Nix being drafted, in my opinion, pretty high right now, but it's never too high if it's your guy. And that's like, they might have been putting out smoke screens this whole time. Yesterday, Peyton Manning went on an interview and said, oh, the Broncos really, really like JJ McCarthy. And everybody listening said, that feels like a smoke screen. Like Sean called Peyton Manning and was like, can you do this interview and say we're really high on JJ McCarthy? But Bo Nix was actually their guy all along. And this is something that Denver was hoping that the quarterbacks would fall the way they fell. At Oregon, Nix exhibited improvement in his pocket presence and processing speed. He demonstrates pro-level aptitude in key quarterback fundamentals. He thrives under empty seats. Nix has the innate ability to extend plays under duress, making off-schedule plays when things break down. His pocket mobility is top tier, consistently evading the pass rush while keeping his eyes downfield. Here's the big thing. He's a threat in RPO, which is the type of offense that Sean actually wants to run, this run-pass option type situation. This is going to be more of a systematic fit than the best quarterback in the draft. So with the prototype build at 6'2", 213 pounds, Nix combines size with arm talent, positioning himself as an enticing draft prospect. He might not have the biggest cannon in the draft class. His arm strength is more than adequate. He delivers with velocity, even when throwing off platform. Nix's release is compact and quick, allowing him to get the ball out with timing and rhythm. He shows versatility in his delivery. When the pocket breaks down, he remains balanced. I think what it is with Sean is all about processing, being able to look, read defenses, and make quick decisions. Big problem with Russell Wilson was that he was holding on to the ball too long. He was taking too many sacks. This is kind of what Sean really wants, is somebody that has that high IQ on the field and can make decisions very quick. That's apparently what Sean Payton wanted, and Bo Nix is going to be his first round quarterback selected ever.
Kyle and I both got quarterbacks in the first round. So Kyle, Bo Nix coming in. Raiders pick is in, by the way. Let me just hit that real quick. Where is the Raiders? Where is the goddamn Raider? There we go. I didn't even see that before I hit it. That's hilarious. Anyway,
I had to. I'm sorry, Raiders, but a Bronco fan built it. That was Jamarcus Russell.
Bo Nix is going into a Denver Broncos team that has Zach Wilson, Jarrett Stidham there. Both two guys who are not necessarily in his way in any sense, but do you think that with those guys being there, Bo Nix is not going to immediately start? Is that pretty much a given, or what do you think is going to happen?
Can you say that one more time?
So with Zach Wilson and Jarrett Stidham there, or wait, is he there? Is he coming up to the stage? Oh, here we go. Hold on. I'll ask the question here in a bit. Raiders.
Wow. Brock Bowers.
Wow. Brock Bowers is a Las Vegas Raider. The best tight end in the country is going to Las Vegas. He doesn't seem very happy. Did they make the decision already, or is he just grabbing the cap? I don't know. Either way, Brock Bowers, the best tight end in this draft in college football all of last season out of Georgia. The Raiders have a quarterback issue. I mean, they're gonna go with Gardner Minshew at quarterback. It seems like Aiden O'Connell is there as well, but he had a rough year his rookie season. They have Devontae Adams. They have one of the other wide receivers there, but they lost Darren Waller because of Josh McDaniels being a fucking idiot. Now they need to re-up that.
Devontae Adams, and they have Hollins.
Yeah. And the other, it was Hollins. So they need to re-up on losing Darren Waller to a obviously batshit crazy head coach and Josh McDaniels. And you do with Brock Bowers. This guy is probably going to be similar to your like Gronk type of guy, except probably a better run blocker. I think I don't know if Gronk was really that great of a run blocker, but Brock Bowers is going to be everything for tight end here for the Raiders. And there he is celebrating.
He was ranked 45 on Bruce Fieldman's freak list, and he's a tight end, but you can't think that he's going to stay at tight end. I mean, he can move outside, he can come inside. He ran a 4.48. That's in the 98th percentile for tight ends. This was one of the, if not the best prospect of all time in tight end history. He is, like, as a receiver, he showcases remarkable qualities in his relentless motor and energy. You see that he doesn't go down at first contact. When you watch his highlights, you see people run into him, bounce off of him. When Bowers has a reputation as a receiver, his potential as a blocker is notable. His promise in the area suggests a bright future, furthering his draft stock. He has a unique combination of athleticism and size, renowned for his ability to make plays post-catch. He led college football tight ends in yards after catch, yak yards, amassing an impressive 479 yards. So whether he's wide open or heavily guarded, Bowers displays elite ball skills. This is a can't-miss prospect. Brock Bowers was always going to be the first tight end taken. There's still some very notable tight ends on the board. Jatavion Sanders, Cade Stover, Ben Sinnott. But Brock Bowers definitely in a league of his own. And like Rick said, he's going to the Raiders, and he's going to the Raiders are in good shape. You know, when you can sit back at number 13 and be able to take someone like Brock Bowers that in any other year could have gone as high as 3 or 4, maybe 5. Mm-hmm. No defensive players have come off the board yet.
That's insane.
Man, I just can't believe we stayed at 12 and drafted Bo Nix.
Going back to that, again, with Zach Wilson there and with Jarrett Stidham, does Bo Nix start right away, or is he sitting under these two guys until you need a spark in the middle of the season?
Well, ideally, they would work it out in training camp, and the best quarterback would show that they're worthy of starting. But when you draft him at 12, I mean, he's your day one starter, and I just don't. I have so much issues with this. Like, who exactly? I mean, did they think the Raiders were going to take Bo Nix? I mean,
I don't know, man. I don't know. It just sucks because, like you said, they don't have a day 2 pick, and it just doesn't seem
bad, man. I'm tired of the shit. I'm tired of things not making any fucking sense. Like, why not move back? Why not get a second round pick? Like, why is it that I can dick around on PFF and make a better fucking draft pick than all these people getting paid millions of dollars in a draft room? You're telling me nobody wanted to swap picks with you? Or are you that delusional that you thought that the Saints or the Raiders were going to draft Bo Nix? And here's the thing, like, even if they do draft Bo Nix and you move back, that's okay too. Like, it's okay. I guess in Sean Payton's world, it was like this whole draft was Bo Nix or bust. And I just don't think that is logical. When you look at the film, when you look, like, yes, the upside's there. I get it that you like him, but is he that special to draft at 12? I don't think you can really make a case for it. And I think this was This was a reach, and this is what bad teams do. This is something that the Raiders, I thought, would do, not the Broncos.
Oh, you hate it. You hate it. There's no excitement at all, or is there just a lot of like a non-understanding?
Like, if I'm wrong about it, I'll get excited later. But right now, it's
rough.
I don't know if the Denver Broncos are a better team, and think about the way you feel about your team, and now think about only having a first round pick, no second, and you still come away at the end of the first wondering maybe we'll be better. I'm not sure. That's not a good feeling, and that's not what you want to give to your fan base.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. It does suck, and again, I hope the best for you with Bo Nix. Like you said, if he's at 12, you are more than likely thinking he is going to be your guy starting day one. And real quick, the Saints pick is in. But yeah, man, God, that feeling of, are we actually better? Yes or no? I've felt that so many times. So I know exactly where you're coming from with this. And it's a shitty feeling. But I do hope that Bo Nix, going into training camp, OTAs, going into the preseason, gives you something that you're like, okay, I feel a lot better about this, staying put at 12 and drafting this guy, because he is giving the Denver Broncos and yourself hope for that season. And again, I know as an NFL fan of a team, you always want your team to make the playoffs, but there is a big part of you also that is looking at it and like, look, we're probably not going to be very good this year, and that's fine because we are on the rebuild in a sense, or retooling.
Right.
So I know that.
But that's my thing. Like, if you're on a rebuild and you know you're not going to be good, that means you're guaranteed a top 10 pick next year. Like, why not just push the quarterback to next year? Let Zach Wilson and Jared Stidham battle it out, and get a Brock Bowers, get a Terrion Arnold, get a Jared Verse, get somebody that is going to help bring that team together. Where when you do bring a quarterback on like Caleb Williams, the team's ready. Yeah. Now, next year, if he doesn't work out, we have to draft another quarterback. What are we going to do this every year? It's never going to work if the team's not ready for the quarterback in the first place. We had an opportunity to build every defensive player on the board, and Bo Nix at 12 is the answer. I mean, but no. With that said, I'm looking at this board, though. I mean, the Raiders, then the Saints, and then you got the Colts and Seahawks. 4 of those 5 teams could draft Bo Nix, and it wouldn't shock me. So yeah, I do think Sean is like, look, I like Bo Nix, and I don't think he's going to be here in the next 5 picks.
And here we go. We got Roger Goodell coming up for the Saints pick. Let's see what the Saints are doing here at 14. I think we had him going offense. Saints. Talisi Fuaga, offensive lineman, offensive tackle out of Oregon State. Wow.
Yep. This was the 4th ranked offensive tackle in the draft. Definitely somebody that's going to come in and be an immediate impact. His run game dominance is a huge highlight. NFL ready frame. Fuga's physical stature is ideal for professional football. He provides a robust and durable foundation. He's got heavy hands. Potential for positional versatility if they need him to move. He's got that flexibility. Explosive, aggressive play style, known for his proactive and dominant approach, looking for contact. He's a dog, and he's gonna find somebody to pancake if the play isn't even near that person. So this is the kind of nastiness that you want on your offensive line.
Wow.
And it's a solid pick for the Saints here.
Yeah, real quick, Bill, appreciate that, man. Thank you. He said he turned off the NFL show. He's watching just us now. Appreciate
thanks,
that.
Bill.
The Saints are one of those teams that I think need help everywhere. You want to believe in Derek Carr as your quarterback, but this is, again, one of those not so sexy picks, but is going to be very great 6 years down the line when Talisi Fuaga is manning your offensive line, and whatever quarterback you have has that time and has that confidence in Fuaga, making sure no one gets past him. Again, the Saints are there's a lot happening with them. And there he is. There's Fuaga celebrating with his mom, his parents, his family. Very, very happy about what's going on.
Love that.
Awesome.
Love
awesome
the Hawaiian
feeling right there.
culture.
But yeah, man, the Saints needed this and they needed it bad.
Yeah, yes. And he's gonna be great. He's gonna be great. And the Saints were kind of pinned to having a offensive tackle this entire draft. I'm trying to see. Yeah, this is actually in the mock draft. This was the offensive tackle. Jeremiah's mock draft was pretty on point, dude.
Jeremiah who?
Jeremiah Daniel Jeremiah.
From NFL?
Yeah, his mock draft's gone like literally pretty damn close. I mean, you got Jake McCarthy to the Vikings. Then you got Fuga, and then Troy Fuga. Okay. So he's a little off, but is pretty on point at the same time. A lot of people were thinking Michael Penix to the Raiders, and like if not trying to make this whole thing about Denver, but if they don't take Bo Nix at 12, I think the Raiders do take Bo Nix at 13.
Wow.
And then at that point, it's like, okay, what are we doing? Zach Wilson, that's what we're supposed to get behind next year?
Yeah.
I think Sean might have saw this as the only way to give fans hope next year.
And again, like, why though? Why are you giving hope when you know you're probably going to be bottom half of the league?
Yeah,
you know
I would rather be the nastiest defense in the league and just
with Terrion Arnold. Terrion Arnold, would you have selected Arnold or Mitchell?
Terrion Arnold, just because I think that camaraderie between Surtain and him, both being Alabama, is worth drafting.
That's cool. Yeah, you're right. Bill says @Move the Sticks, Kirk Cousins was not given a heads up that the Atlanta Falcons would be taking Michael Penix Jr.
Why does he need to?
Exactly. I was going to ask you, what do you take away from that?
Get over yourself. You're a 35-year-old quarterback. Like, I don't know how old he is, but obviously he's got maybe 2 seasons left.
Mm-hmm. And he got paid.
Don't act so surprised. He's 35. Yeah.
Yeah, he got paid, man.
Yeah, you got paid. You're 35 years old. Mm-hmm. You wanted Atlanta to be your last stop. He said publicly, I don't want to bounce around team to team to team. I want to just end it here. I'm at an age where my kids will remember. They're starting to get to an age where they'll remember me playing for the Falcons. And yeah, I mean, you got about 3 years here. And on that 3rd year, depending on how you do, that's when, I mean, there's nothing. I feel like for Kirk Cousins, like, you shouldn't be that shocked. If you are, you're just kind of out of the loop on how the NFL works. This is a business at the end of the day. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers didn't know they were taking Jordan Love. Guess who doesn't regret taking Jordan Love? The Packers.
The Packers. And the Packers fans, too.
Even Grasky was like, what are we doing when they took Jordan Love?
All right. Here we go. Let me just play this real quick. Wait, here we go. And again, you're being paid to win now. You have the weapons. You have the skill. What's wrong with Michael Penix sitting behind you? If you get hurt and they bring this guy up to relieve you, that's what they need to do.
This has got to be Quinion Mitchell.
Indianapolis Colts.
This has got to be Quinion Mitchell. What are you thinking? Terrion Arnold, Quinion Mitchell, corner?
Oh, fuck.
I think they go
probably a corner. Yeah.
And then the fucking Seahawks are going to get Terrion Arnold and then have Devin Witherspoon on the other end. Fuck!
Mm-hmm.
Who they got from the Russell Wilson trade. For the last 4 years. I'm sorry.
Oh, this is great.
It sucks.
I'm sorry, brother.
I'm having
I'm
a good
sorry.
time though.
Me too.
I'm having a good time for like the other franchises. I've like gotten to that point where it's like I'm happy for you guys at least. I'm gonna throw up.
Kyle's gonna literally puke.
What's up? Colts cheerleaders.
Hey, yo, what's up, baby?
All right, here we go. Quinion Mitchell, get it ready.
I'm getting Mitchell ready. Oh, there we go.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Latu,
the first defensive pick
Wow.
in this draft at 15 to the Colts, an edge, and one of the better edges, I think, in this draft is what has been said. But
Yep.
that means Jared Verse and Dallas Turner are still waiting.
They're still waiting, and a lot of people had Latu falling to around 27 to the Cardinals, right? Kind of where like Zerzan Newton goes. And now Jared Verse, I said that Jared Verse was going to fall to the 20s. Remember? I
Mhm.
was like, I have a feeling he's going to fall. And this is definitely the way the board is set up, where if you're a team picking in between 25, like the Packers, now you're looking at the Packers getting a guy like Cooper DeJean or Quinion Mitchell or Terrion Arnold. Like, this is insane for the teams on the bottom half of the draft with the type of players and talent that's going to be coming their way. But for this pick for the Colts, this is awesome. I mean, you could have picked anybody you wanted. You were in love with your guy, and this is somebody that's going to come in and immediately make a difference for the Colts. And I like the pick. This makes sense though. Like when you're drafting.
Ginger, how you feeling, by the way? Kyle's not feeling good.
It just like it makes sense that he would be drafted this high. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I think any fan just wants their draft pick to make sense, right?
Yeah.
Like whether you're the Giants and you didn't get JJ McCarthy and you went with a receiver like Malik Neighbors, you could still get behind that. You know, it makes sense he went this high, but for the edge rushers, Latu was one of the top in this league, the number one on most draft boards. He was the number one on NFLDraftBuzz.com. He had the 2023 Lombardi Award, the 2023 Ted Hendricks Award. He's got a robust frame with length and athleticism needed for an edge role, employing 2-point and 3-point stances effectively. Impressive initial burst off the line, utilizing his quickness to gain the edge, combined with power to unbalance the tackles. Demonstrates lateral agility and elusive nature, making it challenging for offensive linemen to engage and maintain blocks. Though more suited to zone, he can also drop into coverage, displaying good instincts. However, may be limited in man coverage due to change of direction constraints. But still, there's a real mismatch when he's on the field against guards on passing downs with his quickness. This is a guy that could get 20 sacks in a season. This is definitely something to be excited about if you're a Colts fan.
Yeah, and again, this guy was, I think, the interviewer, I forget her name here on ESPN, said you were basically medically retired. But yet here you are being picked at the number 15 overall pick in the NFL draft. Like, how are you feeling? And that's true. That is a very fair question because this guy was injury ridden. He was almost like Michael Penix, but really worse. And yet he was able to come back and get picked at number 15, going to the Colts, who is opposite. I forget his name, the other edge that the Colts have. Very, very good player. He's going to be opposite that guy.
Oh, yeah. Bunkner.
DeForest Buckner. That's what it is.
Yeah, DeForest Buckner.
DeForest Buckner. He's going to be opposite of him, man. And hopefully he lives up to everything that has been said about him, because that defensive line is going to be very scary for the Colts.
And the NFL is going to a quick commercial.
Ding, 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 ding.
All right, real quick. I'm
Let's do it.
gonna try to be the oldest player drafted. Next year, I'm trying out for Vanderbilt.
No, you're not.
I'm trying out for the team.
No, at what position?
That's why I've been working out so hard.
At what position?
Quarterback. I can throw a ball 50 yards. Like, that's all you need in college.
That's true. That's true. Kyle's going to be no, wait, how old would you? Oh, you'd be like, what, 30?
30.
Oh, I was going to say Josh Whedon's got that at 28. Do you remember?
I have
Josh
that whole
Whedon?
military story going for me.
That's true. That's true. All right, everybody, we're going to start. We're going to start the Draft Kyle Foundation. And we're going to get an NFL team to draft Kyle, and not just any NFL team. We're going to get the Denver Broncos to draft Kyle in next year's draft.
Could you imagine how fired up I'd be?
I put the Giants fan reaction and neighbors on your stream announcement post. Oh, cannot wait to see it, Bill. But yes, we're going to get Kyle drafted to the Denver Broncos, or are we going to get him drafted? You're coming back to Washington, bitch.
I'm
coming back to
you. Latu's player comparison, similarity level was Kayvon Thibodeau, who the Giants have. Also, Jalene Phillips from Miami, plays for Miami Dolphins right now. So,
nice.
Like you said, though, the neck injury in 2020, he had a brief medical retirement, transferred to UCLA, was cleared to play, and now he's the 16th pick in the NFL draft, 15th pick. 15th. That's pretty freaking cool.
Imagine just like being Latu when you were told by doctors you are never playing football again, in a sense, right? Like, you cannot play football. You're going to kill yourself, in a sense. Like, you're going to die, I'm assuming, because of these neck injuries that he had. Like, if you play a contact sport.
Got you.
Yeah, okay. As aggressive as football is.
Right.
And then going through all that work in UCLA, being medically cleared, having some of your best seasons in college football, and like you said, being picked at number 15. Like, when we talk about, or when, we and the rest of the NFL media talks about adversity, Latu has gone through fucking adversity like no other, man. That's got to be something like that you were so proud of yourself about, and to get your name called. I mean, he was crying, and it's a very, very normal response for what he has gone through. That's impressive.
Yeah. And now here comes Terrion Arnold.
Is that him?
That's Dallas Turner.
Oh, that's Dallas Turner. Okay.
Here comes Terrion Arnold.
Here we go.
God.
5% chance Dallas Turner available at 16th. Wow. That was a 5% chance.
Wouldn't that be cool to do something that makes not fair, because I have to just continue my night like nothing happened because we have the stream. Is this Jared Verse coming off the board, Dallas Turner, or Terrion Arnold? I'm going to go with Terrion Arnold right here.
Do you think, though, the Seahawks, they do need to upgrade their defense? I think their offensive line also needs an upgrade. But, I mean, do you go defense here?
I think you go defense. We don't know a ton about Coach Mike McDonald, but
he's a defensive guy, though. That's what we know.
Defensive guy.
Yeah.
So I think with the way the board's falling right now, he's not going to be able to look away. I mean, to be able to put Devin Witherspoon and then Terrion Arnold on the other side of the ball, now you don't need Geno Smith to do when he had that good year you notice a lot of those games were like 38-41 against the Lions and 45-48. Like,
Mhm.
Geno's a good quarterback, but you don't want to be getting into shootouts. If you can get this defense a little bit better, you could actually give the Seahawks hope that Geno has enough juice to get him to the next level.
Yeah.
Here we
Here
go.
we go.
This is the pick.
Oh, special message. Oh, South Korean Air Force Base, I believe, or Air Base.
Hey, flight suit.
Air crew.
Let me get my wings.
Oh, that's cool, man. Operation Draft Pick. Oh, that's pretty sick. All the Seattle Seahawks fans there.
All right.
Number
Here we go.
16. Number 16 pick is in. Here comes Roger Goodell's slow ass.
Hurry up. He's used to doing this in his basement.
You're welcome.
If you feel that way, why do you have to read it off paper? I'm kidding. Just joking.
16th pick.
Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy, defensive
Whoa.
tackle from Texas.
All right.
Wow.
But I did not see that coming. I didn't. Byron Murphy comes off the board. He was the 4th ranked defensive lineman among a lot of people. And you're starting to see as the board falls, people are becoming more and more available. And
Yeah.
I did think Jared Verse was going to be the guy that fell. And that's pretty much what's going on. But excuse me, this is going to be a solid pickup for the Seahawks. This must have been their guy all along. And you got to understand too, like when you're doing your scouting, you might fall in love with somebody, but it's because you didn't think Dallas Turner was going to be available. You didn't think Jared Verse was going to be available. And then you get to this point and they are, but you've already fallen in love with this guy because maybe that's who you thought was going to be falling to you. His strengths utilizes exceptional leverage and core strength to anchor against the run and combat double teams. Agile and capable of shooting gaps with precise, significantly disrupting both run and pass plays. Displays a relentless motor and high energy play. Effective hand technique allows him to shed blocks and navigate through traffic. Demonstrates versatile defense capabilities, effective in various schemes. Has a sharp football IQ, quickly diagnosing plays and adjusting his approach to disrupt offensive schemes. And he brings a blend of athleticism and technique to the field. While his sack numbers aren't elite, his non-sack pressure numbers are. And you got to keep in mind, some people like Brandon Fisk might not have a bunch of sacks, but that's why Jared Verse does. And this is one of those situations where he might not get 20 sacks, but he'll be the reason somebody else gets double digits.
Yeah. Defensive tackle there. He is celebrating with his family. The Seattle Seahawks, they got the guy from the Giants. I think he was an edge, if I'm not mistaken, Bill. And they needed something up the middle because, speaking to some Seahawks fans around here, they said they needed to upgrade their defense. And I was kind of looking at them like, well, Geno's your quarterback. And yeah, you have DK Metcalf, but I feel like, maybe the offense does need an upgrade. But, Seahawks GMs, those front office people know their team a lot better. They wanted to go defensive tackle and really make sure that the middle of that line is secure. And like you said, can be one of the reasons that another player on the edge gets 20 sacks. And real quick.
Oh my God.
Oh, Vikings.
With the Minnesota Vikings on the clock, trading with the Jaguars, they select
Dallas Turner.
Fuck! Why can't we
have Wow.
So the Vikings get J.J. McCarthy and then they did what the Texans did last year, essentially.
Yeah. Wow. Dallas Turner out of Alabama. 2023 All-American, 2023 SEC Defensive Player of the Year. Did not think Dallas Turner would be this low, I guess you would say, in draft, but there he is making moves for the Vikings. And like you said, pretty much similar to what the Texans did last season when they picked up CJ Stroud and when they picked up, oh my God, I can't think of the linebacker right now or edge right now. But you guys know who I'm talking about.
Yeah. You're talking about who they lost to the Texans.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. The edge that they picked up along with CJ Stroud. What was his name? Why can't I think of his name?
Oh,
like, oh my God. He was defensive player of the year, rookie of the year. This is insanity. Anyway, that's exactly what they did. We'll see how that works for them. If it's similar to what happened to the Texans last season, where both of these guys become a force for their team in their rookie seasons, or if they just continue to kind of at least become, serviceable players in their rookie seasons.
I think it was Will Anderson Jr.
Will Anderson Jr. That's who it was. Thank you. Bill, I think it depends. Which one did you miss? Because right now the Vikings traded up with Jacksonville to the 17th pick, and they got Dallas Turner. Before that, the Seahawks got Byron Murphy II, which I took an oof, says, good, I'm happy we needed a tackle, referencing the Seattle Seahawks. So I think those are the only two you missed.
And forgive me for a second as I try to get this draft board updated with that trade.
Yeah, Dallas Turner edge. I love the glasses. Very Elton John. He seems. Oh, he did the skull. He did the skull for the Vikings fans. As a Vikings fan, you love that. You fucking love that.
You love that.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool that the Vikings have something that you can just do that symbolizes that. Like,
yeah.
What other team has that?
Bears, bear down.
They could say it, but can you make a motion of it?
Oh, like this. Rawr.
All right, so trying to get the information right now. So did they swap first rounders?
I believe so. I'm gonna check, double check here on NFL.com just to see exactly what's going on, what the trade is, because let's see, live. Yeah. I kind of want to stream the thing, but I want to know what the pick is.
There we go. Well, at 17 overall, Minnesota trades with the Jaguars and selects Dallas Turner. That's what we do know as of right now. Dallas Turner, his 40-yard dash was in the 97th percentile. This is a guy running a 4.4 40 at 6'3", 247 pounds. That's absolutely insane. He's an incredible athlete. Put on a show at the combine where his testing was off the charts. We mentioned the 40, but a 1.54 second 10-yard split. He also had a 40.5-inch vertical and a 10'7" broad jump. Exhibits exceptional first step quickness. That's what made Von Miller so good for so many years. That first step quickness. Displays adept change of direction skills. He can adapt to different schemes, improved outside rush technique, possesses that necessary arm length to set the edge and keep offensive tackles at bay. That's very important at that position, and significantly enhancements in play strength, now converting speed to power. He demonstrates a nuanced pass rush plan, showing weekly advancements in hand technique and leverage. This is a player that is worth being drafted in the top 10 that fell on the board, and the best is yet to come. He's getting better every single game.
Day. Let's see. I'm looking at the picks here.
This guy is a straight up dog.
Okay. Hold on. I'm seeing where the Jacksonville Jaguars are at.
I can't believe we drafted.
Oh, wait, no, hold on. It's two straight defensive players.
What number did Bo Nix wear in college? 10?
Something like that. Why
10.
can't I get the
Jerry Judy's
fucking?
gone.
Why can't I get the goddamn like live of what's happening? Like I want to know what the trade was, you know? Oh, here we go. Trade details for Vikings Jaguars deal per ESPN. Vikings get the number 17 pick, which they just picked Byron Murphy with. And the Jaguars get number 23 this year, a 5th rounder. And in 2025, they get a 3rd and a 4th rounder.
Why can't we do that?
Wow. That's to move up 6 spots, it seems like 6, 7 spots.
Yeah, but Dallas Turner was like not supposed to be there. So what you're really thinking is like, is a 5th, a 6th, and a 3rd next year worth a top 10 pick? Absolutely. And this is the guy that should have gone. It's a win-win for both teams.
And they did lose Danielle Hunter in the offseason. So you got to make up for that with an explosive edge guy there. JST, haven't seen you in a while, man.
What's up, JST? I mocked the Chiefs to actually take the linebacker, not a receiver. I had them taking
Peyton Wilson,
yes. Good job.
I had them in my first mock draft. I had them going Xavier Worthy, wide receiver. And then in my latest one, I had them taking Keon Coleman, wide receiver. So I have them going wide receiver no matter what here at number 32.
All right. So,
here we go.
Caitlin Clark is a big Chiefs fan. She might be announcing the Chiefs pick.
Wow.
Did the Chiefs move up? No, the Bengals pick is in, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Were you going to do that?
Oh, no. I'll do it.
Okay.
All right. Now, the Bengals have Joe Burrow. The expectations are the Super Bowl. They could add pretty much whatever they want here. I think they have a lot of flexibility with this pick. They could have moved back.
Yep.
I'm trying to think. I think this is going to be Jared Verse. I do.
Yeah, I was
about where I saw him coming off the board here.
And in my 2 mock drafts that I did, I had them. The first one I had them going Leatu Latu, who's gone. And the second mock draft, I had them going Byron Murphy, who's also gone.
And keep in mind that Hendrickson requested a trade yesterday from the Bengals. Trey Hendrickson.
He did, as well as T. Higgins.
As well as T. Higgins.
Yeah.
I don't think though that I think the situation with Hendrickson, it might be a little different. I think they want to go defense here. There's just certain players that are falling, and with that conflict going on with the Bengals, I think they want some insurance there.
Yeah.
So, I could see it being Jared Verse. I could also see Zerzan Newton coming off the board here.
Oh, here we go. Marius Mims.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that was a need. They've been trying to revamp this offensive tackle for a while. They've been putting together different teams, different strategies here, and this was one of the top tackles in this year's draft. It was not expected that he would maybe go in the first round or maybe late in the first round. He's projected right behind Graham Barton out of Duke. But just talking a little bit about him, this was a 5-star recruit, and he was a 5-star recruit every single game until his final season. He boasts a massive frame with elite mass and length, carrying no bad weight, explosive, high-energy athlete, exceptional rotational freedom, length, and frame density, effective in loading his base and generating torque through extensions, impressively agile in lateral movements, utilizes his hinge with flexibility and adjusts well, excels in pass protection, which is going to be something that they're going to ask him to step in and do right away for Mr. Joe Burr.
Joe Burr.
I think if you're Joe Burr, you love this pick here.
Casey's saying 340 pounds should help out a lot.
Right.
And this guy's a winner too, man. 2-time college football playoff national championship with the Georgia Bulldogs. Winner. Again, you need to protect Joey Burr. Obviously things in Cincinnati right now seem to be a little out of whack with those two guys requesting trades, but you still have Joey Burr. You've still got Jamar Chase. Like, you still have some very, very solid pieces that going into a situation that has those two guys requesting a trade shouldn't be a huge issue in terms of like production from the team. And you're getting a guy, again, 340 pounds to protect Joey Burr. He's going to make a difference there.
And he carries his weight really well. I said, no bad weight to him. He's looks just so strong for his size, and his athleticism's insane. His hands are in the 94th percentile. His weight's in the 96th percentile. His wingspan is in the 100th percentile. His wingspan is 86 inches.
My God. That's
so.
What is that?
Yeah.
That's 60 is 5 feet, 72, 84. That's 7 feet plus. Oh my God.
His arms are 36 and an eighth, 92nd percentile. Height's 90th percentile, is 40th, 85th percentile. Like, this dude is going to keep you about 7 feet away from his body, which is 2 feet away from Joe Burrow's.
Oh my God.
Total of 10 feet away from Joe Burr.
Dude, that's fucking crazy, man. His wingspan is 7 feet. That's taller than your regular human.
Yeah. But I think what happens is, so like, I'm one of those people too, where I'm 5'11", but my wingspan's 6'4". So he's 6'8".
Yeah.
He's 6'8". So you add those extra inches with the wingspan, and it does get you to 7 feet.
Yeah, that's crazy. Wow. It's just, man, it's just, you think of the sheer size of these human beings.
Oh my God. It's incredible.
You're like, what is going to happen to the NFL in 20 years when kids who are in grade school right now are just growing at a ridiculous rate? Oh God. The Chargers are on the clock. Oh, and the Chargers pick.
Oh, the Rams.
Or the Rams. Sorry, the Rams.
The other LA team.
The other LA team. Here we go. And they're showing Aaron Donald, who just retired this past season after having a Hall of Fame career, 10 years with the Rams, and one of those guys who's undersized for his position and bald.
This is Zerzan Newton.
Here we go. Kyle's calling it.
Zerzan Newton. Or I think it could be the corner. The
Quinyon Mitchell.
Not him, but the
Terrion.
Not him. Cooper DeJean.
Cooper DeJean. Oh, that's right.
The Rams doing it.
So I got them going Quinyon Mitchell here per my latest mock draft. Rams fans are excited. Oh, Bill saying, what about Jared Verse here?
Yeah, I could see Jared Verse.
Yeah.
I was thinking Jared Verse or Zerzan Newton was my initial because of the news of the Aaron Donald retirement. But then Cooper DeJean, I just, for some reason, I see Sean McVay as somebody that would like to put him on the field.
Yeah.
Like, his style of play is, the zone defense that they run over there. Like, he just fits into that system really well.
In case he's got a good point, no cornerbacks picked yet. So like you said, I mean, is Cooper DeJean the pick here? Is
Terrion Arnold to replace
Arnold,
Jalen Ramsey?
Yeah. Here we go. Out walks Roger Goodell. Boo! Boo!
Boo!
LA Rams pick is in. Let's see.
With the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse.
Jared
Florida State.
Verse.
I said he would fall to 20. He gets picked at 19.
Bill was
And
right.
Jared Verse, one of the best edge rushers in this year's draft out of Florida State.
Mhm.
He's positionally ranked at number 2 out of all, only behind Latu Latu.
Wow.
He is absolutely incredible. He made Bruce Fieldsman freak list at number 26, and he wrote, another year at FSU has enabled him to continue to develop both physically and his on-the-field skill set. He squats 555 pounds. He benches 455 pounds and power cleans 360 pounds. Oh, yeah, and he runs 21 miles an hour with a max acceleration of 5.85 meters per second with a deceleration of minus 6.9 meters per second. This is one of the most gifted athletes in this year's draft. He is an absolute monster. A hallmark of his game is his explosiveness. He permeates through his every move, asserting dominance and gap penetration. He's going to come in for the Rams and immediately be one of the better pass rushers in the NFL.
And the Rams were a team where I think a lot of the NFL knew they were very weak on defense. You still have Aaron Donald there. So you've got a Hall of Famer there last year, but you could tell that defensively they were just not there yet, even in the playoffs too, right? They had a really good game against the Lions, but defensively they just weren't there yet. Like you said, Jared Verse is going to make an immediate impact on this team, especially coming off the edge. And if his highlights say anything about him, he's going to get in that backfield, and he's going to get in that backfield quick as shit.
Yeah. I mean, just insanely athletic. Look at this. If you're seeing the highlights against LSU and just his ability to just get around offensive tackles with his speed, like they can't even turn their hips in time.
I was gonna say they're comparing him to the Saints guy, Cameron Jordan. Yeah.
Okay.
And you're a Florida State fan, so you've seen him quite a bit.
Yeah, he's absolutely incredible. He's worth, I mean, I'm not surprised he fell, but it tends to happen with Florida State players. But this guy is the real deal. You know, for a team that went undefeated and won an ACC championship, their players aren't necessarily like in the same group as Alabama and Ohio State.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, they're just as good, if not some of them better. I mean, you got Brandon Fisk, who is going to probably fall late in the first round, maybe even a day 2 pick. If he doesn't fall to the second round, like that's somebody that is getting, that's a steal in the second round. And then also the corner, I'm blanking on his name right now.
Terrian?
No, the corner out of Florida State.
Oh,
hold on, I wrote
my
it.
God.
It's
what's his name? Hold on.
Renardo Green.
Renardo Green.
He's somebody that could fall to the third round, and I think he's going to be a really good starter too. And then, of course, my favorite running back is Trey Benson. So right there, I mean, that's 4 players that I'm really high on, and Jared Verse was always going to be the first one coming off the board, and he goes off the board at 19. And with that said, Russell Wilson, your pick is in, buddy.
Steelers country. Let's
swell.
What do the Pittsburgh Steelers need here at 20, Kyle?
They need an offensive tackle. It's going to be Tyler Guyton coming off the board here. They need to get ready to protect Russell Wilson. That needs to be their main focus. They had Broderick Jones, and I think if they could add Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma, those are 2 extremely athletic and agile offensive tackles, and I think the Steelers are probably going offensive. It's tempting, though, the way the defenders are falling down the board.
Yeah.
But I could see them going offensive tackle and then the Dolphins getting Zerzan Newton right after.
Oh, okay. So you're going offensive tackle. Both of my mock drafts, I had them going wide receiver. I had them going Adonai Mitchell, my first mock draft, and then my latest one, Brian Thomas Jr.
Okay.
Obviously, yeah, and obviously, like, you do need to protect Russell Wilson. It's just losing basically your entire offense other than your running backs. I mean, again, they have George Pickens there, but I think they really need another playmaker for Russ or, Justin Fields if that is the route they're going. So I got them going wide receiver, but it just seems that they are probably going to go line in here to protect their guy.
And we'll see. I mean,
yeah,
we've been shocked a couple times.
Yeah, Michael Penix.
I still can't.
Cannot wrap my head around that one.
I can't wrap my head around Bo Nix at 12. I can't. Let's see. See, how is my Broncos family group chat? Are they going crazy?
Yes.
Are they losing their minds right now?
I think so.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
What?
So they're mad. They're mad. They're like, we really needed a second round pick. Are we trading away one of the QBs? Russ ran into most of those sacks last year. Our line was ranked 10th in the NFL last year. And then they go, too bad we couldn't trade down. Horrible pick for us. Somebody disagreed.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, maybe you didn't pay attention to the trenches, but 69-72 were awful. So they're saying that we could use some revamping on our O-line. I disagree, but
okay.
This is going to be the starting offense. Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims, Josh Reynolds, Javonte Williams, and Bo Nix.
And Zach Wilson. Right, chilling in the
rafters.
Oh,
Zach Wilson.
Here we go. Oh, they've got a Hayward? Cameron? What the fuck's
Cameron Hayward.
Yeah.
His? Who? Say his name.
Cam Hayward. Yep, there he is. So he's going to announce the Steelers' first round pick at 20, and let's see who they pick. Nationwide is on your side.
Little speech going on right now for those of you wondering.
Cam Hayward talking.
Little Walter Payton Man of the Year speech.
Yeah, saying seize that moment. All these guys getting drafted, and I mean by their reactions, they're definitely seizing the moment. They're definitely enjoying it, and it's going to be awesome for their careers moving forward. Let's see what the pick is here.
Here we go. With the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy
Fautanu. Wow. Bill getting it right again. You're saying he's parroting Ricky's picks. Fautanu is the pick, and offensive line.
Yep.
Boy, just like you said, a guard.
I was thinking Tyler Guyton potentially, but this is still a really solid pick. Troy Fautanu is 317 pounds, 6'4". His 40-yard dash, 91st percentile, verticals in the 92nd, broad jumps in the 94. Went to Liberty High School, and he was actually also a 3-star recruit for volleyball. He was handed a 4-star recruit by 24/7, And then after high school, he decided to join Washington. He only played in one game in 2020 as a freshman. In a sophomore, he played 7 games and 201 snaps. He only conceded 4 QB hurries, no QB hits, and a sack while playing the majority of his snaps at left tackle, and then the rest at left guard. So you see that versatility there. Yeah. Then in 2022, he saw action in all 12 games. In 2023, he was a bona fide first-round pick. But you see, this is a player that just was like, yeah, I could play volleyball, I could play football, I'll try it. Then had to, wait his turn until he's a sophomore. And boy, did he get good at football fast. I mean, blends athleticism, power, length, making him a formidable force on the offensive line, deploys heavy hands to delivering jarring, impactful blows, agile and proactive in pass protection, employing varied strikes to disrupt and confuse rushers. His remarkable flexibility aids in maintaining an effective stance at pad level at the point of attack. Some scouting weaknesses are sometimes he displays a rushed approach in pass protection, leading to balance issues and vulnerability to strategic runners. While aggressive, his hand usage sometimes lacks precision. This is somebody, though, that you're looking at coaching up, especially that he's only played 2 full seasons in college. He's got all the upside you want out of a first-round pick, and Steelers protect Russell Wilson so that they have time to weld.
Yeah. I like that. Steelers Nation. Let's weld. 2022 Pac-12 second team, and then in his second full season, like you said, makes the jump to first team all Pac-12. So in 2 full seasons, I mean, he made that jump. He made that improvement. I'm sure Steelers Nation is hoping that he continues that improvement into the NFL. And, like you said, they need protection here for Russell Wilson to get the ball out to George Pickens, to every other weapon they have, and as well as running the ball with their running backs. So this is a very good pick. I mean, again, not a sexy pick. I think Berger said it when we had him on talking about drafting offensive linemen in the first round. It's not a sexy pick and it's not an exciting pick. But again, this is something like the Cleveland Browns, for example, when you had Joe Thomas going to the Hall of Fame. This is something that throughout this guy's career, if he is as solid as they say he is, you are going to love that you drafted him in the first round of the 2024 draft, because he's just going to he's going to anchor that offensive line and just make your team better, whether it's Russell Wilson, whether it's Justin Fields, or whether it's your next quarterback of the future, not taking on sacks from the defense. But a big guy, another Washington Husky taken in the first round. I think that's 3. And that, honestly, it might be a record for Washington.
I think they were really good in, I think the 70s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had an undefeated season back then.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, I mean, in our lifetime, we haven't seen this.
Yeah.
So giving you guys a quick draft breakdown. So we've seen 3 wide receivers come off the board. The next one expected is Brian Thomas Jr. or maybe Ladd McConkey out of Georgia. At the running backs, we haven't seen anybody taken off the board. Jonathan Brooks, Jalen Wright, Trey Benson are top 3. They're all available. Tight ends, we've only seen one off. I only expect Brock Bowers off in the first round. Quarterbacks, we saw them all. We saw them all.
All of them.
Looking at the edge, all right, we've lost now Latu and Jared Verse. Dallas Turner as well. So Dallas Turner was drafted, correct?
Yes, he was.
Who drafted Dallas Turner? I'm blanking.
Let's see here.
Dallas Turner
was hold on. Damn it, where's the fucking thing? Dallas Turner, Vikings.
Oh yeah, the Vikings, okay. So Latu, Jared Verse, and Dallas Turner off the board. The next best is Chop Robinson out of Penn State. Not too far behind Dallas Turner. Dallas Turner scored an 89.3 rating and Chop Robinson's 87.9.
Wow.
So we're seeing that as maybe the potential next player coming off. And then at linebackers, Peyton Wilson is probably going to be second maybe the second to last pick, or
Oh, okay.
maybe it's surprise. But the real big surprise here, I think, is Quinion Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, Cooper
Still being
DeJean
on the board.
right?
Yeah.
So no corner has been drafted up to this point. That's the only position that has yet. Running back and defensive back are the only positions that have not come off the board. And just to give you guys like an update of where we're at right now.
And with that being said, the Dolphins pick is in. They are picking at 21, followed by the Philadelphia Eagles here in a second. Notable defensive departures for the Dolphins: Christian Wilkins, Xavier Howard, Eli Apple, a ton. I mean, a total of 8 right now defensive departures. Kyle, I know here Dolphins. I had Jackson Powers Johnson going for the Dolphins here in our latest mock draft. You had Jerzon Newton on the defensive side. We also had we both had the same picks: Jackson Powers Johnson and Jerzon Newton. Here's the pick: Dolphins select
Chop Robinson.
Wow.
Chop Robinson comes off the board. We just talked about him not being too far behind Dallas Turner. And this is someone that I really liked in the first round. I thought he would come off in the first round at 254 pounds, 6'3", running a 4.4. His speed is in the 99th percentile. His 10 yards in the 97th percentile. So obviously we're talking about a guy with elite speed for the position and size. He embodies his chop with boundless energy, impacting the game consistently as a 3-down player. He's going to come in. He's going to play. Jaleen Phillips is not expected. Remember, his injury happened week 16, week 15. He's not going to be ready to come back until past the midway point in the season. So this is someone you can plug on the other side with Bradley Chubb. And then when Phillips is healthy, they got a really good situation there in Miami. And I like this move because obviously when you look at the Dolphins with Devon Achane and the other running back that led the NFL in touchdowns, I'm blanking on his name, and Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, what do they really need? Well, if we don't know what Tua's ceiling is, let's just get better at defense. And this is one of the things that you can do. I mean, this was a player that was 9th on Bruce Fieldman's freak list. All those other players that made that list were 26 and like 40. This guy was 9th. I mean, this guy, are you ready? He had 10 tackles for a loss, 5.5 sacks last season. And this is what is really crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
The 6'3", 254-pounder is a little bigger than Micah Parsons and almost as fast. He clocked a 4.47 40 this offseason. He ran a quicker shuttle than Micah Parsons. He also broad jumped 10 feet 7 inches and bench pressed 400 pounds.
Oh my
400
God.
pounds. Possesses the functional versatility to naturally leverage against his opponents. This guy's going to work. He's going to come in. He's going to disrupt offenses. He's going to be a solid pass rusher. He can also make an immediate impact against the run. But this is somebody that's going to immediately be a 3-down player for the Dolphins next year.
Yeah, and again, we talk about how many defensive players have departed the Miami Dolphins. The offense seems to be fine for them. It's the defense, like you said, like we're saying here, and what was shown that needs the upgrade bad. Xavier Howard was a guy who didn't really play much at all last year. They have what's his name, the other cornerback still there in Miami, but their defensive line was something that was lacking a bit. Jalen Ramsey, yeah, their defensive line was something that was lacking a bit. They had Bradley Chubb, but Bradley Chubb, I mean, you knew him. Was he more of a pass rusher, or was he more of like a stopgap kind of coverage
pass rusher guy? He can do it all. His whole thing is, can he stay healthy?
Okay, yeah. So the health there was what matters quite a bit. So yeah, you have all these holes really in that defense. Chop Robinson, you bring in a guy like you said that is ready to be a 3-down defensive player. And I mean, just looking at him and looking at his highlights, he's going to make an immediate impact on these Miami Dolphins. And I don't see why you don't start him day one, if anything, right? Because this is a first-round talent right here. You start him day one if you're the Miami Dolphins.
Terrion Arnold still waiting for his name to be called. It should have been called at 12.
51 seconds. Oh, and here we go.
The Eagles are going to pick him for sure, right?
Go with the Eagles. Where's the Eagles?
Nate Wiggins. What do you think? Terrion Arnold to the Eagles makes sense, right?
Yeah, they lost their cornerbacks. Or no, Bradbury is a bad cornerback. So I could absolutely see them going cornerback here.
Yeah, but the Eagles are really known for, like, the way the Eagles draft is the way I would draft. They just draft the best value and figure it out later. You know, it's not necessarily all about needs. It's just like, hey, who can we get that would make the Pro Bowl next year? Oh, Terrion Arnold. Okay, that's our move. Let's make it.
Draft that guy. Looks like we're missing an Eagles pick is in. So we're going to do something that's going to piss off Eagles fans and go Dallas.
Oh, my God. We did that for Bill.
E-Dub is pissed. He's like, what?
We did that for Bill.
Yeah.
Did you guys even notice the Raiders? I don't think anyone noticed it.
Yeah.
Did you guys see what the Raiders was? Let me show them really quick.
Yeah.
All right, so this is what I made for the Raiders when the pick is in. Good old Jamarcus Russell.
Oh, the best number 1 overall draft pick in the history. And we got Tyler in here, brother.
Yeah, Tyler's gay.
Kyle's gay.
gay.
You are right. You are correct. Kyle is gay.
Tyler's so gay. All right, hold on. I'm trying to get the ticker updated right now. Chop Robinson is a Dolphin.
Yep. And here we go with the Eagles pick. Let's see who they get.
And here come the Eagles. I think they're going to go Terrion Arnold. I think they're going to go Terrion Arnold here. Do you got any idea of
what Mitchell?
Quinion Mitchell. So we're both going DB here.
Here comes Goodell, the most hated man in the NFL.
Don't want you to feel like you're missing out, guys. Quinion Mitchell and Terrion Arnold have different speeds. Quinion Mitchell ran a 4.33.
Really?
Yeah, and Terrion Arnold ran a 4.50.
Wow.
It's crazy. Nate Wiggins ran a 4.28.
Holy fuck.
Yeah. And commissioner's doing a speech real quick
about the Eagles and how they're going international for their first game ever next season.
Program.
My Lotta. Oh, my Lanta.
Come on, get on with it.
Yeah, dude. We know you guys are going to play in fucking Brazil. Let's go.
You guys are cool. Let's go.
Get it.
That guy, I see that guy everywhere. I want to be
Jordan Mailata. Let's see. Eagles pick.
Quinion Mitchell. All right, so a DB does come off the board here. We were just talking about Quinion Mitchell. A lot of people had him as the first ranked DB in this year's draft. Some people said it's Terrion Arnold. But when you look at the speed difference and the size difference, Terrion Arnold's 6 foot. So is Quinion Mitchell. But look at this. He's almost an extra 10 pounds at 195. That's a prototype size you want out of your DB. And he ran a 4.33 and Terrion ran a 4.5. We're not nitpicking here, but what really pulled him away was the size and speed. He was a 3-star recruit by ESPN. And this is what's really cool about it is this is a school that you might not watch a lot of their games. People don't watch a lot of Toledo. And he was a 3-star recruit. This is the story of an underdog, somebody that wasn't recruited to a top SEC school in the nation, yet he's the first defensive back picked out of this whole class. Elite athletic skills. He made Bruce Fieldman's freak list at number 46 because he bench pressed 225 pounds 21 times, squatted 44 times, and had a top speed of 23.5 miles per hour on the GPS this summer. He also ran the 40 and the 4.3s twice for the NFL scouts this spring. His teammate, running back Jaquez Stewart, an alumnus of Powerhouse of Miami, he said he once won state titles in the 100-meter dash and the 4x100-meter relay.
Jesus,
this guy's absolutely insane. He's got the speed to keep up with guys like Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and all the other Dolphins receivers. Quinion Mitchell displays exceptional field vision in zone coverage. He's known for his tenacity in tackling, not scared to come up and make a hit. He's got amazing ball skills there among the elite. He has a natural instinct for the ball, translating into significant pass deflections and, of course, interceptions. He carries a versatile skill set, comfortable both in man and zone coverages, so he can pretty much go in and play in any scheme to wherever he was drafted. And his linear quickness and burst are assets in closing gaps and providing recovery, making him a daunting prospect for opposing quarterbacks and receivers. Rick, I look at this pick and I think, man, every single year the Eagles find a way to capitalize on some of the top talent, and in some cases they don't even have to move up. Last year they stayed put at 12 and got Jalen Carter at 9 or something. And then
no, they actually traded with the Bears. They traded up with the Bears to oh god,
what'd they trade up to? Like 9, right?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't think they traded up for that pick though.
No, they traded with the Bears, and I think it was 1 pick, maybe. I think it was like 1 pick.
Okay, like moved.
Yeah,
but then you also saw that at the end there was another player that fell down the board, and they came in at, I believe, 31 and got Nolan Smith. Yeah, who had no business falling.
Yeah,
let's see. Here it is. Jalen Carter at 9. And then you swapped with the Bears, but it was only 1 pick. It was only
that's it.
So Bears went to 10 and they moved up to 9. So the Eagles have drafted probably better than anybody else in the NFL. And I think that streak continues, and it makes sense why they would make this pick. I think as a fan, it's like really refreshing to feel like the people that are making the decisions, you can get behind them all. You don't have to sell this pick.
And looking at Quinion Mitchell and kind of the way he was playing with those highlights, I can honestly see him being like a Sauce Gardner. You know what I mean? Like, he has that swag, he has that like confidence, and his play backs it up.
Yeah.
He exudes that confidence just from looking at his play and looking at his interviews just now. Like, he's got that, and I think he can be a Sauce Gardner type of guy. With that being said,
All right. I've been to this draft party. I've been to this draft party. You want to know a real quick story? So in downtown Jacksonville, they always do this like little draft party. And one of my buddy's friends, his name was Bill actually as well. Bill Harnett. I was trying to think of his name the other day. If Tyler, you're still watching, he's the guy we used to play basketball with. Anyway, we went to the draft party with him. It was just me and my friend Cody. And that was the year that the Broncos drafted Von Miller, number 2.
Oh.
And I remember that draft pick. And I remember being like, yeah, Von Miller. But, of course, no one knew how well that was going to work out.
Yeah.
But hopefully right now, out there somewhere, there's a little kid that's 12 years old that is at that draft party waiting on someone that's going to make as big of a difference as Von Miller did to Denver, but for the Jacksonville Jags.
But not really.
You know who actually announced that? Who's their quarterback, famous quarterback? Brissell, Mark Brissell?
Mark Brunell?
Mark Brunell. He announced
Here we
the
go.
pick. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr.
Brian Thomas
Wow.
Jr.
Wow.
You
So
get rid of
there-
a Calvin Ridley, you bring in a Brian Thomas Jr. Yep.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You got to make this move. I think the Jags knew they were going receiver. They knew the way that the board was falling, that they could make that trade with the Vikings because they weren't going defense to begin with. So Marvin Harris, Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze, and then you got Brian Thomas Jr. sitting right underneath them. We just talked about it. He ran a 4.33 40. This guy has elite speed, the ability to get past the secondary. He wins on the outside. He's got exceptional start and stop speeds. So that's going to be really hard for DBs to be able to stay with him. He has an impressive repertoire of releases, so he can do a lot of different things. He can beat press coverage, exhibits excellent ball tracking skills. This is another LSU receiver coming off the board here. And his weaknesses, route breaks on short and intermediate routes can be inefficient. While a vertical and crossing route threat, he shows an underdeveloped overall route tree, meaning there's certain places on the field he doesn't excel. Needs to utilize his speed and athleticism more effectively to uncover against defenders. And he only has had a single year of being the featured player at college. Prior to 2023, his play was far from noteworthy. So basically, he's a person that really stood out on the field last year, made a name for himself, but we can't go back year and year and see that dominance. So a little bit different than those top three guys. That's why we're officially in tier 2, I would say. But these are still people with, amazing upside.
And that's with Neighbors on the same team as he was.
Well, that
So
helps. That helps.
It definitely does help. You're right, because you do have like a focus on Neighbors, and you're able to kind of come off that and get some good receptions, touchdowns. I mean, look, he led the NCAA in 2023 in receiving touchdowns, and that was again with Neighbors on the opposite side. So great pick here for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like we said at the very beginning of the pick, you get rid of Calvin Ridley. You're bringing in a much younger and hopefully very, very talented, the talent transfers to the NFL wide receiver. And again, LSU just continues to churn out these wide receivers, man. It's crazy how well these wide receivers come out of LSU.
Yeah. 4th ranked wide receiver in this year's draft. Keep in mind, the Falcons drafted Calvin Ridley also in the first round of the NFL draft.
Cowboys, that's funny. Yeah,
he was drafted in the first round, and he was also an immediate impact, and he was named to the all rookie team. So he was drafted 26th overall, and just 3 picks earlier, his replacement comes in. This is very similar to Calvin Ridley.
Oh, yeah. Oh, do you think he'll have the same impact he did like Calvin Ridley did in his first few seasons in the league?
I think so. So looking at Brian Thomas, he's a little taller than Calvin Ridley. He's 6'3", Calvin Ridley 6'1". He's 209 pounds. Naturally, he weighs more. Calvin Ridley's 190. So naturally, he weighs more. But you look at this, he's taller, he's heavier, and let's see. I know Calvin Ridley was super fast. I think he ran like a 4.3.
Yeah.
He ran a. Let's see. Calvin Ridley's 40 was a 4.43. So he's literally bigger, faster, and stronger than Calvin Ridley.
Oh my God.
One of the things though that made Calvin Ridley exceptional was his route running ability.
Yes.
And that's going to be the one thing that, on his scouting strengths, they say he has impressive repertoire of releases. He can beat coverage. He can track balls. But what you don't see is them glamoring over his route running, which was what made Calvin Ridley so great. They said even on his weaknesses, his route breaks on short and intermediate routes can be inefficient. That's not, that's what got Jerry Jeudy drafted so high, was that route running. So he's still in the process of becoming a more physical presence as well. But he's still, the fourth rank. I wouldn't say we're nitpicking like when we were doing Caleb Williams' weaknesses. These are real weaknesses, but these are also things that you can train and develop. Remember, the Chargers took a receiver last year out of TCU.
Yeah.
Quentin Johnson.
Quentin Johnson.
And it was very similar. He was tall, strong, fast, but he didn't know how to use his body. He didn't know how to high point the ball. It was almost like he played very passively for a big guy. And Brian Thomas looks like has a little bit of that in him, but he's trending in the right direction, and the upside's there. So this is kind of where I thought he'd be drafted, to be honest.
And I had him going 23, except I had him going to the Chargers because I had them trading with the Vikings, and instead they traded with the Jaguars. Jaguars picked him. So Brian Thomas Jr. had him going 23. I was right, except to the wrong team. We got 30 seconds for Dallas to make a move here, by the way. Before that, though, I'm going to go P for the D. So Kyle will be right back.
All right. So here we are live on the 2024 NFL Draft. Hope you guys are enjoying this. Please hit the like button if you're getting any value out of this. This was really close to, as I've said earlier, Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft that he did. The board was falling pretty true to what he thought it would be. Ooh, and with that said, now, unironically, we can do this, and it's not a joke. And now, unironically, we can do this, and it's not a joke. The Dallas Cowboys pick is in. And with that said, there's something else. What the heck is going on right now? Their pick is in, and then, oh my gosh, I forgot to put the Detroit Lions on here. In the Detroit Lions freaking home city, I got something better for them. I got something better for them. All right. Terrion Arnold, is he coming off the board right now? I think so. The Cowboys said all offseason, Jerry Jones said, we're going to make a big splash, and then followed that up with absolutely nothing this whole offseason. Then he doubled down on it and said, wait till we draft. I'm confused. Did the Lions and Cowboys switch picks, or are the Cowboys and the Lions pick both in right now? The Lions are picking at 24. So I believe the Lions and the Cowboys have just swapped picks, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that's what's going on. So I'll do Lions via Dallas, and we'll wait on the pick. But the Lions showing some aggressiveness. I got to believe they're coming up to draft Quinyon Mitchell. It just makes sense. The Detroit Lions were linked to Kool-Aid, McKinstry, but the fact that Terrion Arnold is sitting on the board here at 24, they can't just sit back and watch this anymore. They come up, they draft somebody that could have been off the board as low as 15. They get, God, it must feel really fucking good to be a Lions fan, huh? I'm so confident. I'm so confident that this is Terrion Arnold. Should we just go straight to it? No. We'll see. We'll see. Oh my gosh. Crazy stuff happening here live on the NFL draft. Here we go. Is it Terrion Arnold? Is it somebody else? Who is it going to be? We'll let you know. here in a second when we find out. But since the Lions are on the clock and I don't have a chime for them, I'll play this instead, the city of Detroit. Here we go. The Detroit Lions moving up to 24, swapping picks with the Dallas Cowboys. We all think this is for Terrion Arnold. That would literally, man, that would make the Lions one of the best teams. I mean, they're already so talented. They've been drafting so well, whether it's Sam Laporta, whether it's the trade for David Montgomery or Jahmyr Gibbs, Rodrigo, Campbell. I mean, all of their draft picks have been just perfect, and I don't expect them to miss this. I don't expect them to mess this up. This is a home run shot here. Terrion Arnold on the board. Hey, Arnold. I like the clip. Then they traded their pick to a lower one. Now, it's so funny. The Cowboys literally said they're going all in, then they traded their pick to get a lower pick.
No way.
So the Detroit Lions are going to draft Terrion Arnold here because the Cowboys decided to move back.
What?
Yep. Now to make the selection, they are bringing up one of the women from the women's flag football team, it looks like. And
nice.
Here we go.
24 to 29 doesn't make sense. Here we go, Lions.
Detroit had to move up.
Nate Wiggins.
With the 24th pick in the 2024 draft, Terrion Arnold.
Oh, sorry.
Terrion Arnold. I literally, when you were in the bathroom, I put this up on the screen. I said, this is it. We might as well just leave it here.
I love it.
Terrion Arnold, I mean, you're in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
You got to make the crowd go wild. And honestly, Terrion Arnold should have been drafted probably in the top 15. And I was saying, I always thought Detroit would go corner. I was thinking maybe Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Mm-hmm.
But they're like, what the hell? This guy's still on the board and we're here at 24. I can't sit back and watch this happen. Detroit understands how to draft well. Sam Laporta, Jahmyr Gibbs, Campbell, Rodrigo, like all the players that they draft have come in and made an immediate impact. Terrion Arnold is going to be an elite cornerback, and he joins a team that's already a Super Bowl contending team, and the Detroit Lions are going to be a lot of people's favorite. This is a sexy pick for the Lions.
Sexy as fuck. I want to bang it. That's how sexy it is. And after what happened with Sutton,
are you talking about the pick or the?
Yeah, we'll let the crowd speculate.
The screen had cheerleaders when you were saying that.
Totally meant the pick. But after Sutton got arrested, they needed cornerback help. I had them going with Wiggins, but again, Terrion Arnold fell all the way to 24. This is a very huge value pick, and for the Lions, to trade up to get him, huge for Terrion Arnold's confidence. And again, going to be a starter on this team come week 1 for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, he's amazing, man. I can't say enough good things about him. Of course, you guys know I wanted him all along at 12, right? So the fact that he fell literally twice as many spots is crazy to me. He's remarkable. I mean, Quinyon Mitchell was number 1 in a lot of people's scouting reports, but he's right there at number 2, not far behind. I think the overall score was Terrion Arnold graded out as an 88.4 and Quinyon Mitchell was an 88.8.
Wow.
We're talking about, micro differences here. His strengths, he's got an impressive frame with ideal height, solid build and length for the cornerback position. He's got good speed, confident and technical in man coverage. I love that you want your cornerback to be very technical, and that's what Surtain is, and that's what they teach at Alabama. He shows patience and aggression at the line of scrimmage, especially when playing inside. Efficient footwork, allowing him to mirror receivers effortlessly in man coverage. Fluid hips, great explosion aid in transition and recovery phases. You want that good recovery speed out of your corners, and aggressive approach to downhill plays against screens, so he's not afraid to come up and smack you in the mouth. Noticeable improvements in his zone coverage skills since his freshman season, getting better every season. This guy checks all your boxes. He's going to make the Lions a better team, and they're already a pretty damn good team.
Yeah, and he is making that Detroit crowd go wild, man. They love him.
How cool would it be to be drafted to the team, the city hosting the
Yeah.
draft?
Like, that's got to be sick, man. And even for these like day 2, day 3 guys who are going to get drafted to Detroit later on in this draft, it's still got to be a dope feeling because you go out there and you get picked and you've got a majority of the crowd cheering for you as they know you're going to the Detroit Lions. But as far as Terrion Arnold, man, like just looking at some of his tape after seeing that you were so high on him as far as a cornerback, it's like he's very he like predicts the play almost. If it's a run, he knows he's going straight for wherever the running back is going to go. And he goes there and he makes those tackles. He makes those plays. So very good there. And luckily he's going to the Detroit Lions with Aiden Hutchinson there on that defensive line. So they're going to put a lot of pressure on quarterbacks, which are going to just benefit him at the end of the day and possibly getting turnovers, making sure that he can break up some passes. It's just all that's going on in Detroit right now on the defensive side is going to benefit the secondary. And again, this just makes them so much better. And like you said, already a Super Bowl contending type of team or the Lions is just going to create it. This is just going to create an even better defense for them to go into the Super Bowl eventually. Boom! Ooh!
I need something to believe in.
Trash.
Is that a song or did I just make that? I like that. I need something to believe in.
Packers fans, yeah, definitely need something to believe in. Their team is dog shit.
All right, so the Packers on the clock right now. Last year, they used the 13th pick to draft Lucas Van Ness. A lot of people didn't love that pick. This year, Cooper DeJean has been the guy that the Packers have been eyeing, and here we go. Cooper DeJean on the board. I think the Packers are going to draft Cooper DeJean. This is officially the run on cornerbacks. Cooper DeJean comes off the board right here to the Packers.
Here we go. Cooper DeJean. The Packers pick is in. Did Grossi called a
Hey, when the Bears draft Rome Odunze, the Packers draft Cooper DeJean.
Oh, good. Yeah, true. I mean, they were probably already going to pick Cooper DeJean because of Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, but yeah, Rome Odunze has that sort of influence there.
I'm getting so many text messages. Fuck, Bo Nix, question mark? Bo Nix to Denver with the shocked emoji face. I don't know. What do you guys want me to do? I'm not happy.
Oh. So apparently Tom Grossi's not happy because the Lions got Terrion Arnold and Brian Branch from last year. So they wanted Brian Branch.
A lot better just now. So the NFC North,
it's a powerhouse right now.
Besides the Vikings, unless JJ McCarthy's good.
Yeah. And here we go.
With 25th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select
Oh.
Jordan Morgan.
Arizona.
The Packers are like, what the fuck?
Look at him. They got the Packers fans. The Detroit Lions fans are just laughing in their face.
Leave it to Green Bay to just be like, you know what?
No.
We're going tackle here.
Oh, no.
Jordan Morgan.
First team all Pac-12 in 2022. I mean, they got rid of Bakhtiari. Okay.
I think one thing that everybody needs to keep in mind is that the draft is 7 rounds, but sometimes it feels like the first round is, oh, we went tackle. It's like, this is a big receiver class. This is a big corner class. Like, they might like somebody for tomorrow,
And I actually had them going offensive line on both my mock drafts. I just had them going Kingsley Suamatea or Troy Fatanu. Obviously, Fatanu is gone, but Jordan Morgan was someone that was ranked highly in terms of offensive linemen. Obviously, not as high as your Joe Alts, Fatanu's, and Fashanu, but he was up there. You know what I mean? So
sounds like you're rhyming over there. Fashanu,
Fatanu. Bitches and hoes and stuff.
Jordan Morgan. What's surprising to me though is that
he's up there.
Tyler Guyton, Jackson Powers Johnson, Graham Barton. These are the guys that we thought were going to be drafted ahead of Jordan Morgan. Jordan Morgan was not in the first round. His overall rank was a second round pick, 34 pretty much. So is it a reach? Not if the Packers love this guy. I mean, last year I felt like the Lions were reaching when they drafted Jack Campbell. But when you got your guy, you got your guy. His strengths, high energy athlete at the snap. He displays rare change of direction and corrective foot speed. High mass, well-proportioned blocker with excellent frame, exceptional knee bend for his size. Natural at acquiring leverage and maintaining proper pad level with rotational flexibility, and he can overpower edge setters with formidable torque. This is definitely a Jordan Love. This is a Jordan Love pick here. It didn't. Jordan covering Jordan.
Yeah, and I was gonna agree. Offensive line for the Packers, you get rid of Bakhtiari. You want to protect and give Jordan Love more time. I mean, you are probably looking for a big name defensive back, but you got to focus on keeping Jordan Love healthy, right? You got to make sure that he is protected at all costs, because this is what you are leaning on. You've already got a bunch of good weapons there on the offense in terms of receivers. You did get Josh Jacobs, right, at running back for the Packers.
Yep.
So the offense
and re-signed AJ Dillon.
And re-signed AJ Dillon. So there's some continuity there for the running back room. So your offense for the most part is intact in terms of skill players. It is now your job as a GM to make sure you can protect the quarterback that's going to pass it or hand it off to those skill players, and makes the biggest impact on your team. The defense, I think, for pretty much all last season, all Packers fans agreed we need to upgrade the defense. Our defense is not great. They played really well at the end of the season, even into the playoffs. But like you said, there's 7 rounds, man. I don't know how many picks the Packers have, but I think they're going to be fine in finding some defensive guys in the later rounds to complement that defense.
Yeah, and you look at the Dallas Cowboys, who swapped picks with the Detroit Lions. And the teams that are in front of them now are Tampa Bay, who has their pick in. And then you have Arizona and Buffalo. And the Cowboys have a huge hole at the center position. And it's possible that they wanted to draft Graham Barton out of Duke. So they were like, you know what? We could move back and draft him and get a lot of capital. And the Packers going offensive line and skipping over all those other guys to get Jordan Morgan definitely is probably making the Cowboys really comfortable with their decision.
Yeah. And with that being said,
Tampa frickin' Bay.
Tampa the frickin' Bay. Their pick is in.
Quinion Mitchell, right?
He's already been taken.
All right. I'm sorry.
Kool-Aid?
No. Cooper DeJean.
Oh, that's true. He's falling. He fell. I got them. He fell. He scraped his knee. I had them going Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Over Cooper DeJean?
No, in my mock drafts, I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Cooper DeJean. Did I have Cooper DeJean going? Yeah, I had them going to the Eagles early.
It's funny. He was the number 1 ranked corner all offseason until last week, and he moved to 3. I don't know what could have changed.
I had Cooper DeJean then going Oh, I didn't even have him going in my first mock draft. That's crazy. Well,
Cooper DeJean?
yeah, but as time goes on,
Where did I have him going?
Cooper DeJean in the first mock draft, you had him going 23 to the Chargers. And then you had him going 19 to the Rams in the latest.
Yeah, that's why when the Rams were on the clock, I was like, oh, I felt like they were going to make that move.
Yeah.
Cooper DeJean.
Let's see. The Indianapolis Colts. Ginger, if you look at the bottom of the screen, we did update the ticker to show who the Colts took. What pick were they? 14?
You had to take her to Wendy's? Wendy's nuts fall in your mouth?
Wendy's nuts. Let's see. Jets. Yep. Jets. Broncos. Bo Nix. Raiders. Brock Bowers.
The Colts?
Saints. Yeah. Who did the Colts take again?
They got the edge.
Laiatu Latu. Yeah.
To put on the other side of Forrest Buckner. It's going to be insane next year, dude. Congrats.
Here we go. Bucks.
With the 26th pick, Tampa Bay selects Graham Barton. Cowboys, they lose their guy. Cowboys lose their guy, Graham Barton, who has fallen down the board a little bit from where he was projected to go. Gets picked up here by Tampa Bay. They get some insurance on the line for Baker Mayfield. Yep. Is this could you see them go in line here?
I'm going to be honest. No, I really did think they were going to go cornerback. But I mean, if you're bringing in the best center, you're bringing in an offensive lineman to again protect Baker Mayfield. You're trying to get Baker Mayfield to live up to his contract at this point, right? You've got some weapons there on offense. You want to make sure that Baker makes it throughout his contract with you guys, because you guys, the Bucks were a playoff team last year. They won a game against the Eagles. They got to the divisional round. So they need to upgrade that offensive line. I really did think they were going to go defense. I mean, their defense isn't the worst defense. I think they're middle of the pack. But I was expecting cornerback for sure.
Yeah, and he embodies explosive power from the snap. He made Bruce Fields' freak list as well. Let's see where he was ranked. I know, I saw that somewhere. Where is it?
That boy a freak.
I can't find it right now, but I'll just give you some of his numbers instead. His 40-yard dash is in the 94th percentile. His 3 cones in the 94th percentile. He's definitely a great athlete. In 2020, as a freshman, he only played in 6 games. With the 27th pick, the Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson, edge, Missouri. We both clicked it.
Yeah.
I didn't think you were because you were looking away. I was like, how do you do that?
23 two-time SEC Defensive Player of the Week, Darius Robinson from Mizzou. So the Cardinals have picked up a defensive edge and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah,
this
has definitely been a good first round for them. Now, his measurables, as far as his like arm height, weight, hands 40, none of it really jumps off the page to you, but he is really, really powerful at the point of attack, advanced run defense skills. That's where he really shines. He boasts a versatile inside out pass rush arsenal. That makes him very unpredictable for offense or for tackles. Exceptional at setting the edge and playing from the backside. Possesses significant arm length, utilizing it as a lever to gain. So I guess that would be his one thing he's got is that arm length. But some of the weaknesses is that he relies on power moves. He displays stiffness in his lower body, affecting flexibility and his bend. But His transition from the interior to the edge has highlighted his adaptability and physicality, making him a fit for NFL defenses that value flexibility. His power at the point of attack and ability to engage and shed blockers are immediate assets. However, to maximize his impact in the NFL, he'll need to refine his pass rush technique and develop a more diverse set of moves to complement his bull rush. His lower half flexibility and quickness are areas for improvement, which could limit his effectiveness against more agile tackles in space. A lot of upside, definitely some work to do. And Quinyon Mitchell, or not Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean continues to fall down the board.
Yeah, a lot of raw talent here with Robinson. So it looks like the Cardinals do have some like work to do with him, but I think that's going to be fine with them. I think they're going to be okay with that. What is it? Second year with their new head coach. They're not necessarily there yet. They did make a bit of a splash last season, though, once Kyler Murray came back. So that offense is nice. Now you got to just upgrade the defense there. You got Marvin Harrison Jr. for your top or your number 4 pick. So bringing in a guy with some raw talent like this that could get off the edge pretty quickly and can disrupt the backfield too during run plays. Yeah, it's gonna benefit the Cardinals quite a bit here.
Yeah, Jonathan Gannon doing a pretty solid job of getting his picks in today, and I still think it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. So some of the positions that I'm expecting off the board coming up is linebacker Peyton Wilson out of NC State. He's the second best, and he's still available. No running backs have been taken.
Hold on. The
Buffalo
Chiefs
has traded the 28th pick in the NFL draft to the Kansas City Chiefs. And with that said, the Kansas City Chiefs, their pick is in.
Their pick is in. And just to piss the Chiefs off, we're going to do...
Yeah, just to piss the Chiefs off.
Just to piss the Chiefs off. Wait, where's the Patriots one? Since they beat them in the Super Bowl. So we've got to trade. Casey, you mad? He's like, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over my 3 Super Bowl rings.
How did the Patriots beat Kansas City in the Super Bowl if they're both in the AFC?
Or not the Patriots, the Bucks, sorry.
I'm like, what world are we living in?
Fuck you, Kyle. It happened, and I don't want to hear about it.
It happens all the time. Read a fucking book.
Read a fucking book, you moron.
Muhammad's the most common name in the world. Oh, my God. I love you guys.
Bill said only 3 rings. How cute. Could it be a wide receiver? I have Kansas City taking either Keon Coleman or Xavier Worthy per my 2 mock drafts.
Well, moving up this high, I got to think it's Ladd McConkey or Mitchell out of Texas.
Oh,
I'm thinking Mitchell with that 4.34 speed. He's got incredible speed. Of course, Xavier Worthy, they could have sat back and drafted him. This has got to be Ladd McConkey or Mitchell. This is definitely a wide receiver, but who are you going with?
Oh man. Yeah, because now it does open it up to those guys. Ladd McConkey, I'm looking at. Ladd McConkey, I actually had going to the Bills in this spot exactly. Troy Franklin is still up there. Donnie Mitchell, like you said.
Troy Franklin's definitely fallen to day 2, I think.
Okay. So then
everybody's pretty much have come together and said he's like a day 2 steal. With that said, he would not be drafted too high if he was drafted right now.
I'm going to Donnie Mitchell then. I think I'm going to Donnie Mitchell. How about you?
Yeah. I don't want to talk you out of Troy Franklin because I could totally see it. And just to give you guys an idea of how close these receivers are, Brian Thomas Jr. was graded at an 88. Ladd McConkey is an 87.6. Adonai Mitchell's an 87.4. Troy Franklin's an 87.2. We're talking 0.2 difference between them. It's just, what do you want him to do? Adonai Mitchell has a 4.34 40-yard dash. He has elite speed, so he can be a vertical threat. They haven't really had that since Tyreek Hill. I'm thinking that they're drafting Mitchell to come in and kind of take that Tyreek Hill role.
Yeah, I could totally see that. And I know Bill said Xavier Worthy. I don't know. I mean, his speed.
They draft Xavier Worthy tomorrow. Maybe they move on for him. And
I was going to
receiver.
I was going to say Xavier Worthy, definitely a second day guy, even though he was hyped as soon as that combine was over because of his 40 speed. But I do think he's definitely a day 2 guy.
Yeah. And think about if they go receiver, that makes me think I'm going to stick with my pick, just like your pick is correct almost. If what's his name gets drafted right here, that's what you had Buffalo doing.
Yeah, Ladd McConkey.
So I'm going to swap and say then Buffalo is looking at taking Wilson,
Mitchell?
the linebacker.
Oh,
because
they lost a lot.
They lost a lot. But Peyton Wilson, I had maybe going to the Chiefs as a late pick. I wouldn't be shocked if Buffalo does it. Buffalo would do that kind of a move.
Yeah, I could see that. And here we go. The Chiefs kind of crowding around here. The pick is in for the Chiefs. So, again, we're thinking wide receiver. They did get Marquise Brown in during the offseason after he was, I believe, traded from Arizona or released from Arizona, and they picked him up. So, again, Rashee Rice's issues are still kind of looming over this offseason, and they don't know exactly what's going to happen yet with him. So, I mean, wide receiver here just seems kind of like an obvious move. But
wide receiver, yeah. And Buffalo, that's their biggest draft need, which questions why would they trade?
Yeah.
Unless the Buffalo likes a receiver that is ranked a little lower. All right, we got another speech.
Ooh, Make-A-Wish Foundation grants. Here we go.
Love to see it. And this is coming to the end here of the draft. Only 4 picks remaining. Let's see. I mean, if Ladd McConkey is the guy the Chiefs wanted, it would make sense that they would move up if Buffalo wanted Mitchell, right? Because
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I also think the Bills are in such cap hell and assets hell that this is almost like a necessary move for them. I don't know.
This is crazy.
Yeah. Let's see. Here we go.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. And with the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs, select Xavier Worthy.
Wow!
It is about getting Tyreek Hill.
Wow!
So it was always about Xavier Worthy. He is the fastest player ever in the history of the NFL.
Wow.
He's a 4-star recruit in high school. I mean, he's a natural playmaker. He's going to be an amazing asset for Mahomes. He's all about speed. He could be the fastest receiver in the draft, and 2021 showcased it as he exploded onto the scene as a freshman, scoring 12 touchdowns. He's more than just speed. He possesses nice soft hands. He's a decent leaper and is not afraid to catch in traffic and has the route running skills of a savvy vet. However, he has very obvious downsides, one being that he's super skinny. He's 163 pounds, standing at 6'1", so this will limit his ability to complete player at the next level. Worthy also had a bit of a down year in 2022, but they're thinking, hey, they probably did a draft visit with them, said, hey, can we get you up to 185 and keep your speed? We got to get you ready to take some of these hits, but don't forget, people had some of the same concerns about the receiver that
Devontae
Smith coming in really light. But dude, when you got a guy running the fastest 40-yard dash in the history of the NFL, and I was at the combine that day, I can verify it looks insane in real life. This guy is so fast, and he's going to be helping Mahomes get to that three-peat for sure.
Yeah, and we got Casey saying Vetch did it again. Good pick. So yeah, KC, I mean, you brave like we were saying, this is basically another, I don't want to say another Tyreek Hill, and the concerns are legitimate about him being too skinny. But again, the same thing was said about Devontae Smith, and look at him now, getting that second contract extension, becoming one of the higher wide receivers, paid wide receivers in the league. Now, that's not to say that the exact same thing is going to happen to Xavier Worthy, but Devontae Smith is showing that, hey, it's possible to be called undersized, underweight your entire career, and to go out in the NFL and become a potent wide receiver and become one of your top wide receivers in terms of contract in the NFL. So Xavier Worthy, I mean, from his tape too, he does seem to be very quick on his feet in terms of losing his defender and getting some separation there. So I didn't expect him to be a day one pick. I kind of just said that because of his fast 40 time and what was said.
But maybe back end. I mean, I thought the Chiefs could have stayed where they were and picked him, but
same.
You know, when you really love a guy, and it might not be that expensive to move up 4 picks. It's not like they moved up, you know, halfway up the draft.
And they did it with one of their playoff rivals was the Bills. The Bills again trying to get more picks. I don't really know what the issue is, but like you said, I mean, I got to figure out what the updates were here for the trade.
I think our first mock draft, I think we had that pick happening, but with the 29th pick in the NFL draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton.
So
that is it. That is what I thought was going on. The Dallas Cowboys realized that they can move back a little bit and still get their guy. I thought maybe that guy was Graham Barton, but now we know who it was. It was Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma, 6'8", 322 pounds. This guy's an absolute monster. His vertical was in the 98th percentile.
Wow.
He stands out primarily for his impact and pass protection, where his frame and athleticism are prototypical. Guyton's very good at reading defensive schemes, and his quickness in setting up have allowed him to excel as a pass blocker at Oklahoma. His ability to anchor against power moves and lateral quickness and counter speed is a potential highlight to his career, and he's a reliable protector on the backside or the blind side of NFL offenses. So here's this guy. If you're watching it on TV right now, you see that he just manhandles people that are coming in. Look how much bigger he looks than everybody else on the field.
I mean, God.
Look at it. He just a monster, a motor. I mean, this guy's got super physical hands, gets him inside. He can seal the edge for running backs trying to get around.
Jeez.
And he excels in pass protection. And look at him. He goes beyond the first. He goes beyond the first. I forget what it's called. First part of the field. He gets into the second. Not the secondary, but you get what I'm saying. He moves the second level. That's what I was looking for. He moves beyond the first level. He gets his pads down and he runs upfield. There's nothing better than seeing an offensive tackle making a block 15 yards upfield.
Wow.
I mean, this guy is absolutely a monster. He's got tears in his eyes. He's a Dallas Cowboy. I mean, imagine being drafted to a franchise like the Dallas Cowboys, you know?
Bunch of losers, though, to be honest.
But it's still like everyone knows it's still like one of those teams that's like, so are the Eagles, you know? So are the Packers and the Bears and
that's true.
49ers.
True.
You know, but the Cowboys always will have like a special ring to it.
Yeah.
Not for me, but
to the Dallas Cowboys fans.
Yeah.
Oh, God. All right. So with that being said, Kyle, your favorite team Your favorite. Your favorite team's pick is in the Ravens. Ginger said that dude is bigger than my shed. He is bigger than my house, if I'm being
How
honest.
big is
That
your
is
shed? Can I live in it?
How much will you charge him for rent, Ginger? That's the important part.
How much would rent be if I lived in your shed?
Yes.
You can't change the living conditions as is, whatever that is. How much would you charge me? I would just be podcasting in there. You won't even notice me.
He's like, can I get the Wi-Fi password though?
I'll give you $40 for the Wi-Fi. Come on, let me have it.
So I'm getting some breaking news, not breaking news, but apparently, per ESPN, hold on.
Caleb Williams agrees to go to the Bears.
Cousins' agent told that the Falcons only notified the quarterback that they'd pick Penix while the team was on the clock. Wait, hold on. Stunned. Kirk Cousins had a stunned feeling when they picked Michael Penix. Told ESPN Pete that the Falcons only notified the quarterback that they'd pick Penix while the team was on the clock. So they only let him know when they were on the clock. They had no prior. Cousins had no prior knowledge, so he was stunned and frustrated. Which again, why? You just made a shit ton of money, and you are the Falcons quarterback for the near future. What are you crying about, Cousins?
He was crying?
Well, he's like stunned and frustrated, his entire camp and Cousins.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know why his agent feels like that's even worth telling the public.
Mm-hmm.
With the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select, this is going to be the corner, Nate Wiggins.
Nate Wiggins, yeah.
So, wow, Cooper DeJean's falling.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. But Nate Wiggins, one of the top corners in this league, in this draft, and he ran a 4.28, which is in the 99th percentile. Nate Wiggins was one of Jake's favorite players in this year's draft. He has a potential top five cornerback. This was scouting report was written a while ago. They said potential top five cornerback. He was the fourth best corner in this year's draft. Elite recovery skills. That's very, very important. That basically means when you get done by a wide receiver, you can adjust and get back, and you're not like out of the play. You can put yourself back in the play. He's got a really good football IQ. He comes from, I believe he is the nephew of Antonio Cromartie, if I'm not mistaken. He does show room for improvement with his burst and physicality. Wiggins demonstrated growth, though, against top-tier talent. It suggests that he has a very high ceiling at the NFL level. And the Ravens, man, they capitalize on Kyle Hamilton falling. Now they pick up Nate Wiggins. This is a really good pick. God, I just want to be a part of a team like this.
Their secondary is going to be stacked with the addition of Nate Wiggins. They did lose what is it? What's his name? Patrick Queen, I believe, linebacker to the Steelers. So while their linebacking core is going to suffer, they really just solidify this secondary with Nate Wiggins there. Great pick by the Ravens, man. Really
I'm coming,
great pick.
Jinja.
He's coming. He's coming.
I'm definitely coming. Yeah, dude, 4'2", and he was born August 28th. Which makes him a Leo, and Leos are the best signs in the zodiac spectrum if you look into it. Natural leaders, they want to be ruler. They're not the ruler because they're power hungry. They're the ruler because they're the most just. And I think Nate Wiggins is just the right guy for the Ravens.
Anyway, Leos... The signs are dog shit. Geminis are where it's at. So thank you for that, Kyle, solidifying that Geminis are indeed the best zodiac sign.
They're not even a real sign.
What draft this has been. We're down
I'm
to the
gonna look
last
up
two.
your zodiac quote of the day. Gemini. I'm gonna say message of the day.
Oh God, here we go.
Here we go. This is for Rick. Today's horoscope. You have been reluctant to let friends and loved ones make decisions for you as of late. But now that Mercury, your ruler, has ended its retrograde phase, you can afford to be a little bit more trusting, Rick. But only a bit. Don't be a fool and hand over total control. Rick, why have you been holding back from my friendship?
Kyle told me to not pick Caleb Williams. So, I
All right.
mean, to be fair, he's been wrong. So my trust in him
I didn't say don't
has
pick him.
been, I don't think you could question that. I obviously am not going to listen to that.
Now that he's drafted, you can be a little more trusting again, right?
All
Here's
right, that's
mine.
fair.
It is a good day to be brave, and you can take your decisions wisely, thinking before doing anything. It would be better if you plan everything, then implement it.
Yeah.
Wow, I wish I could have sent this to the Broncos before the draft started.
I was gonna say, dude, you got to be brave about this Bo Nix pick, man. Bo Nix is gonna be the next GOAT for you guys.
What if?
What if? I'm
What
not
if?
lying. What if he is the next GOAT for you guys? Because Kyle, I know Kyle, and he's gonna look up all the Bo Nix tape there is, and he's gonna watch it on YouTube, and he's gonna convince himself. Which, I mean, good. You got him at 12. This guy can possibly be, fuck what all the people say. In terms of analysts, when did they get what was that? When did they get Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, right? When did they
The
get
last
Dak
pick
Prescott?
in the last round.
Exactly. When did they get Dak Prescott, right? Like 5th round, 4th round, like all these guys that were, these are late round, day 3 type of guys. Look at them now, right? So
Drew Brees was drafted in the 2nd round. Right?
See?
If you could go back in time and let's say the Saints didn't have a 2nd round pick like Denver did, and they're on the clock at 12, is it dumb to draft Drew Brees?
No, not
Right?
at all.
Russell Wilson's drafted in the 3rd round. I mean,
Yeah.
if his comp has been Drew Brees, and in Drew Brees' life, he was a 2nd round pick. That was
Yeah.
real for him. And Bo Nix potentially should have been as well, but without a 2nd round pick, it boosts him up to a 1st. But if Sean feels like this is Drew Brees, then 12's not too high, right?
Yeah. Casey said, at least you made the right draft picks, Rick. I did. Yes.
Rick didn't make any draft picks.
I made all the picks. I called up polls while I was on the stream. I was texting them.
No.
So I did it. I did that, Bears
You're
fans.
lying.
You're welcome. I did that.
Can I have his number?
Yeah, I got you.
Thanks. All right.
All
By
right.
the way, the 49ers pick is in. And for some reason, I didn't upload a 49er one either.
so just to piss them off.
Oh, boy.
Because that's really their only competition, I think, in that West.
The production value is going to be insane.
I hope you guys do enjoy the production value we put into this episode or this live stream, because Kyle and I worked pretty damn hard on this. We did some. We took some hours.
You want to know what's funny is yesterday I came on to check it out, and
Yeah.
then I saw this one right here. Hold on. It's this one. I got it. I saw this, and I was like, I thought you wanted to do the whole draft with that. I was like, Rick,
Oh,
we can't
'cause
do
it
the
was the
whole
only
draft
one?
like that.
Here we go. 49ers.
Wow, Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver out of Florida. I expected him to drop all the way to the day 2, but he is a really good pickup. I've drafted him in my mock draft.
Wow.
Verticals in the 98th percentile. We're talking about a guy that can jump 42 inches off the ground. Broad jump was 92 percentile, 3 cones, 94th percentile. He came from a small high school where he was a three-star recruit. And in 2019, as a freshman, he saw 13 games for the Sun Devils. As a sophomore, he played 4 games and had only 6 catches. As a junior, he played 13 games, 48 catches, but still 580 yards. But after the end of the season, Pearsall transferred to Florida, where he was a senior and he played in 12 games, had 30 catches for 604 yards for an average of 20 yards per catch, which is pretty insane. So this is a person that felt like he was being limited at Arizona State, gets transferred to Florida. And what you saw there was that he had a natural ability to separate, particularly from the slot position. He exhibits great flexibility, and he's great at avoiding contact along the route seams. Elusive after the catch, so yards after catch is going to be a thing with him. Versatile usage. He can also be a punt returner. And with the kickoff rules changing, that kind of boosts people's stock a little bit. So lacks the ideal balance for consistent effectiveness. It does look like the nitpicking a little bit. There's only 3 negatives. Doesn't play up to his top watch speed. So he needs, I guess, a little more sense of urgency on the field. But these are things that can be coached into him. He's very, very talented, very fast, 6'1", 189.
The Panthers are on the clock. They traded with the Bills.
They gave them all 3.
Wow.
What just happened? The Bills traded out of the first round is what happened. And the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. So I wanted to do what Buffalo did.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. Why is it so hard? No, Bo Nix is awesome.
So, real quick, Bo Nix is awesome. Adonai Mitchell and Ladd McConkey not picked in the first round, and you had Xavier Worthy and now Ricky Pearsall being picked ahead of those guys.
Yeah, and now you got... I
don't know.
Buffalo's the first pick in the second round. They want a receiver, and now they get 3 picks from Carolina to draft the receiver they're already going to draft. This is what I was thinking, like, with us, but Buffalo gets it.
So who did the Panthers pick here, Kyle?
If the Panthers are moving up the board right now, it's for Cooper DeJean. It's got to be a wide receiver, actually. The more I think about it,
wide receiver,
because they wanted to get in front of Buffalo. So there's a receiver that they must be really high on right now. But I just think this is stupid. This is fucking dumb if you're a Panthers fan. You're going to give 3 picks away in a draft where you don't have a first-round pick because, I mean, when you look at the receivers, they're not – I mean –
the Bills received the second-round pick 33 and a fifth-round pick. And the Panthers received the 32nd overall and a 2024 sixth-rounder.
So they basically only got a 5th round. So they got another 5th rounder just for moving back 1 spot.
Yeah. So I wonder, I wonder what they're going to do here. They, like you said, do they want somebody that much more than the Bills?
Well, if they do, then I got to believe it's either, would it be Troy Franklin? The board's still getting weird now because, Ricky Pearsall was a day 2 steal, but he was such a day 2 steal that he went in day 1. I think the same could be said for Troy Franklin. I'm really high on Troy Franklin. I think he's going to be instant impact on whatever team he's drafted. And, he was Bo Nix's number 1 receiver. He embodies the archetype of a downfield burner. He's got speed. He's got height. We'll see. I think Troy Franklin, though, I think if they're moving up, maybe Adonai Mitchell, though, is falling too. He runs a 4.34.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm thinking Adonai Mitchell maybe 2.
Maybe the Bills wanted Troy Franklin all along, and they're like, well, I bet if they want to trade up, they want Mitchell, and we want Franklin. So I think this just made sense for Buffalo. And I guess Rick didn't agree with that. All right, here we go. The Carolina Panthers are on the board, and this will be the final pick of the first round.
Here we go. Sorry.
Buffalo Bills have traded the 32nd overall pick to the Carolina Panthers. And with 32nd pick in the 2024 draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Legette out of South Carolina.
Wow.
Wow. Totally worth it. Totally worth it. And this will conclude the first round of the NFL draft, but
Wow.
this is a very, very good receiver. Very impressive when you look at his height and his weight. His measurables are amazing. 4.39 at 6'1", 220 pounds. This guy is an absolute monster. He has a low 4.3 speed in the 40-yard dash, along with the size and height combination. We haven't seen someone like him since DK Metcalf. Legette excels in making contested catches, uses his physicality to gain yards after the catch, and he's a potential deep threat and red zone target. His transition to the NFL will require improvements in his footwork and explosiveness off the line, as well as enhanced ability in the open field, but his upside is as high as any receiver in the draft class not called Marvin Harrison. And given this, we could see a team falling in love with him, and when he put on a show at the Combine, he could go in the second round, they're saying, on this one, and he gets picked in the first round. This is still, if you're the Panthers, it's like, did you really have to move up to do that?
I don't know. Not at all. And for what you gave up and for what you got in return, it's, I mean, did they really want a first day pick that bad? And Xavier Legette, whatever, however you pronounce his last name. I mean, all those physical traits. I mean, to be comp to DK Metcalf is great, and I'm sure he'll make an impact. But wow, Cooper DeJean, Jackson Powers Johnson, Adonai Mitchell, not picked in the first round. Crazy.
Yeah. This is it's actually legit.
Okay.
So it goes, it's pronounced Legette. So legit.
Wow. This is crazy.
Totally shocked by this move here. The Carolina Panthers have made a lot of questionable decisions in the last couple years. And I think this is definitely one where, like, I love the pick. I just don't know if they had to give him a fifth for it.
Yeah, honestly, you needed a wide receiver if you're Carolina. You want Bryce Young to have some weapons. And to be honest, I mean, Bryce Young's stats in terms of passing were not bad. I mean, they had one of the best passing offenses somehow, or most efficient, something like that, which we were both like stunned about the Panthers. But again, like you said, this is a very, very confusing move. If you're a Panthers fan, you get a day one pick and you get the wide receiver that you probably did want, but at what cost exactly? Like I do not get this, man. I mean, good for the Panthers that they got a receiver, but in the way they did it is just so odd.
Yeah, it was odd, and it was, I would say it was both odd and kind of true to some of the draft boards, looking at the first round as a whole. So now we can kind of zoom out for a second and have, a conversation about the draft and how you felt it went. So Rick, give me some of your favorite picks today.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, right? I think it's pretty obvious. My favorite picks were Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze, obviously. Outside of what's that? Why? I think it's pretty obvious. The Bears are back on top in terms of talent versus what they've had in years past. Not only at the quarterback position, but in the wide receiver position since they got DJ Moore, now Keenan Allen. Again, their defense has improved. This team is a very much improved team than they were from 2 years ago. They just are. It is what it is. Obviously, Rome Odunze and Caleb Williams have a lot to prove in the league, but just based on who they are as college players going into the draft, this is something that's going to just benefit the Bears in such a great way. Other than that, for some reason, not only was I shocked at the Penix pick, but I actually really like that pick for the Falcons. No idea why. I just like it. Michael Penix going 8, sitting behind Kirk Cousins for a couple of years. I mean, the Falcons are looking at this long term, right? Kirk Cousins is in his mid-30s. He's not getting any younger, obviously. Can he play for a while? Yeah, probably he could play out his contract. But Penix sitting behind pretty much a pro's pro, I guess people would say, Kirk Cousins, with what he's done, stats wise, and just the way he's gone about certain things, other than this being stunned and whatever about this pick. I think it's just going to give Michael Penix a really, really good time of being a rookie and being able to kind of take in that rookie role and learning from these people, from Kirk Cousins and all them. And again, this is an investment in the future for the Falcons, and that's why I like the pick, because I think I believe in Michael Penix Jr.
And I'm getting the details right now on the Buffalo Bills trading back in the first round, sending the 28th overall pick to Kansas City. And what they did get was 2 extra picks. So they got number 95 and number 221, which is a 3rd and a 7th rounder. So that and the Michael Penix Jr. right now, you got Adam Schefter talking about it. Of course, Michael Penix was not, as much as we say he wasn't expected to go in the top 10, there was a lot of people had him saying that he had a ceiling of a top 10 pick at the same time.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say, that it was absolutely insane when you consider that Kirk Cousins is 35 years old and maybe they want, here's the thing with Kirk Cousins being upset about it. If you're drafting a quarterback that is going to be a project, then it would seem to me that the only teams that make sense would be teams with an established quarterback. And those are always the quarterbacks that are upset. It's like, what do you want us to do?
Yeah.
But he's going to take some time to get ready, and we want him to learn behind you. I would rather Kirk Cousins embrace this as like, I'm going to pass the torch,
And I get it, right? Like, they're still competitors, because we dealt with this very same thing a couple of years ago when the Titans took I forget his name, Malik whatever his whatever his name was.
Neighbors?
No, not Malik Neighbors. The college quarterback when they still had
Malik Jackson.
I don't think it was Malik
out
Jackson.
Of Liberty or something, right?
I forget
Malik
where. Malik Willis. Yes, thank you. When they still had whatever his name is, a quarterback there, and he said, "No, I'm not going to mentor him. I'm still playing this position at quarterback." I get that part about being a competitor and being like, hold on, what's all this mentorship shit talking about, right? But to be stunned at this idea, it's like, you're not going to be with the Falcons for 10 years. You are for the immediate future. And look, when you got picked, I said you guys are an immediate playoff team. That's, I think, how the entire NFL feels. So your presence alone, Kirk Cousins, is saying this team is going to improve into the postseason this following season. So to take this as disrespect, I think it's just, 1, a business move. 2, you're looking ahead of the future with a younger quarterback who's going to learn from you, whether you want to teach or not. So again, I don't know what this Kirk Cousins drama is. There were some videos about the GM for the Falcons explaining the Michael Penix pick to the owner. So there seems to be something going on there. Again, I don't know if that's necessarily what was happening. It was just a video, but it looked like he was trying to explain to the owner of the Falcons why they picked Penix. But again, the Kirk Cousins thing, again, very, very weird reaction to that. I don't think it's that big of an issue. Let's be real.
So moving on, of course, the Denver Broncos selecting Bo Nix. They deemed Bo Nix as the fix in Denver, and Sean Payton has staked his legacy in Denver to this pick, and in that way, I kind of feel a little bit more strongly that he has really thought of this through. So, and I'm also seeing now Bo Nix, when he got the call, normally they say, "Do you want to be a Bronco?" Sean Payton called Bo Nix and said, "You want to win a Super Bowl."
Oh,
so
I like that.
I think he feels really high about this pick, and he's been compared to Drew Brees. If Sean Payton can mold him into that, we'll look back on this and maybe Penix and JJ McCarthy aren't around and Bo Nix is still playing at a high level. It's hard to judge this stuff immediately after it happens, but this was definitely like Sean Payton's putting his legacy on the line and for this Bo Nix draft. And if it works out, then it's not a reach, but there's definitely a little bit of an uneasy feeling probably about it for a lot of people.
Yeah.
The pick I like the most probably, it probably would be I love the decision to draft Florida State Jared Verse. Yeah, the Jared Verse pick, because he fell all the way down. Let's see. He fell all the way to 19. So I think the Rams getting Jared Verse to fill that hole with the retirement of Aaron Donald, I think that just makes a lot of sense. And then what do you think about not getting drafted in the first round? The corner, I've said so many names tonight that I'm
Cooper DeJean
not even being selected in the first round. Are you surprised by that at all?
So I am a little surprised. I mean, the hype around him as of recently has gone up. So maybe it's that recency bias that I'm feeling, because this guy was injured and released a letter about his kind of late pro day because he was still recovering from an injury. And he gave a letter to all the GMs of all the teams saying, "Hey, I'm having my pro day. I have been medically cleared to have a pro day or to, play football or do football activities. And this is when I'm going to have my pro day." So while that is a little concerning in terms of his injury, I think it was recency bias, similar to, I don't know, like an Anthony Richardson. Like, all of a sudden Anthony Richardson is somehow the fourth best quarterback of last year's draft or whatever. Right now, Cooper DeJean, while he had a pretty solid career in Iowa, he wasn't really mentioned up until that letter and up until he was medically cleared, right? It was Terrion Arnold. It was Quinyon Mitchell. So again, maybe it's the recency bias, but I am a little surprised that he wasn't taken because of the recency bias of him possibly going in at the end of the first round or so. But I think the Bills trading was a huge factor in that, and maybe some other people not picking who a lot of experts expected to pick at their positions. Cooper DeJean definitely sticks out as one of those who didn't get picked first in the first round.
And it took just 10 picks for 5 quarterbacks to come off the board. And the last team that really stands out to me is the Minnesota Vikings, who selected JJ McCarthy with the 10th overall pick. They moved up twice. The Vikings traded up twice in the first round. Once to get JJ McCarthy, and then they tag the best edge out of Alabama. This is one of those drafts where if you're a Vikings fan, you feel really good. I mean, you got a quarterback for the future, and then you get a defensive player to fill the void of Danielle Hunter, who is no longer there. And I think the Vikings having 2 first-round picks, I think if JJ McCarthy pans out, this is going to be kind of similar to what we saw the Texans do last year. And the decision to go Rome Odunze, are you thinking that you would have rather had that than like Latu or like you could have had anybody, and that's what they decided to do? I know it's exciting, but looking back on it, since some of the emotions kind of settled, what do you think about that decision? Is there too many cooks in the kitchen?
No, not necessarily. Again, the Keenan Allen, he's going to play a year and then probably go somewhere else. If we're being real, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. So bringing in Rome Odunze to be opposite of DJ Moore, basically in 2 seasons here, is basically what Ryan Poles is planning for. So I don't think it's necessarily too many cooks in the kitchen. I think you're just letting a rookie come in and learn from 2 of the top receivers, at some point in their careers. DJ Moore recently, Keenan Allen for a few years when he was making Pro Bowls left and right. Would I have rather had like a Jared Verse, a Dallas Turner, Chop Robinson, whatever? Again, logically, yes, because we do need to put somebody opposite of Montez Sweat and really, really put pressure on the quarterbacks of whatever teams we play against next year, because we have a Jalen Johnson, we have a Tyreek Stevenson, we have a Jaquan Brisker in the secondary ready to pick these footballs off from quarterbacks. So again, just like the 2018 defense of the Bears, you put a ton of pressure up front on the defensive line, quarterbacks are going to make mistakes or having completions. And that's what was going to help the defense out a little bit more. Again, I'm very confident in our defense. I'm very confident in Eberflus handling the defense because that's who he is as a defensive coach. I love Rome Odunze. It is going to be such an exciting wide receiver room, probably one of the better ones in the NFL, even him as a rookie. But again, my logical side said take an edge, but taking Rome Odunze, probably one of the top 3 wide receivers in this draft, is just as good.
Yeah, and I put across the bottom just some of the best available still, of course. Cooper DeJean leading the crew. He was ranked 24th, so not getting picked in the first round. And then you got Zerzan Newton. You got Adonai Mitchell, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker out of Texas A&M. And then you have Ladd McConkey, wide receiver out of Georgia, Ennis Rockstraw, corner out of Missouri, Jackson Powers Johnson, offensive lineman, Brandon Fisk, Peyton Wilson, who I thought could go in the first round. So, I mean, just a ton of talent that's going to come off the board tomorrow night. And tomorrow, the draft order should be pretty similar, right?
Well, the Bills got the 33rd pick now from Carolina.
Oh, yeah, that did change.
So that changed. The Bears do not have a second round draft pick. The Houston Texans, I believe, will be picking early in the day, but I don't really know their picks. So, what are the draft needs for the Bills and the Texans right now? Because the Texans seem pretty stacked. I think their defense is lacking a bit. So maybe they need something else on defense, maybe secondary.
For the
linebacker.
Bills, definitely wide receiver.
Yeah.
A lot of us know that. They do have a good amount of picks. They had 10 picks before today started. So looking at them now, they have like 13 picks in this draft. So that's pretty incredible. So
yeah,
they need wide receiver, of course. Brandon Fisk might also be somebody that they've been eyeing. Trying to see what their actual needs are. Bills' biggest draft needs here. So I think it was at the bottom. Yeah, I opened this one earlier. Here it is, comments. All right, so defensive lineman, safety, running back, cornerback, offensive tackle, and linebacker. So
for the Bills.
Yeah. So the Bills probably open up tomorrow with the best wide receiver available. And then maybe they try to get, maybe they group some. You got 13 picks now. I mean, you could package them and move back up into the second round. Maybe that was the thinking all along, was like, we would rather have 2 second-round picks or 3 second-round picks even.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sure there's a strategy behind, because you can't add 13 players on your roster. So
Yeah.
I think they're going to try to package some of those picks and move back up tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. Very, very. Yeah. You can definitely see that for the Bills. Again, you can't replace every player that the Bills have lost in terms of not only just the position, but veteran leadership, right? Brant Poyer, a couple of other guys in terms of linebackers and corners. But you lost a lot. You got to recover something here in the draft, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to do it all in the second, third round. But yeah, the Bills have a ton of needs. Wide receiver, I think, being the biggest one, because Shakur, obviously a good wide receiver in his rookie year. Nothing crazy, but good enough. But I think you want to add another depth piece there at wide receiver, because the Bills, while they still have Josh Allen
and Dalton Kincaid,
you still have those tight ends, right? While they still have Josh Allen there, there's still a force there on the offense. You lose that many defensive players, and it's going to take a hit. It's going to be rough to go into next year and expect playoffs. So again, let's recuperate something here in the draft, and cut the losses here and wait for next draft. But I think with Josh Allen, there's still a force. But again, they're going to take a hit going into next season.
Yeah, the remaining picks are 33, 60, 95, 128, 141, 144, 160, 163, 204, and 221. And Jeremy Fowler works for ESPN. He reported that the Bills in some capacity met with Adonai Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, and Keon Coleman pre-draft. All three are available at number 33 overall.
Nice. Well, everybody who stuck with us throughout the entire draft, thank you so much. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the episode. Like I said, Kyle and I were working quite a bit on like the production side of everything, trying to bring you guys one of the best experiences on YouTube, on Twitch, and on X in terms of production for this draft, which I mean for us was super exciting. Kyle and I both got a quarterback in the first round, and looking forward to what the offseason, what the preseason brings us. It's going to be awesome. Hopefully your team did good by you guys, and you guys are excited as well for what's upcoming for this next season. But not everybody can win. There's only one Lombardi trophy, and it's going to go to the Bears this season. So I appreciate you guys with the support. Kyle, do you have any last thoughts before we get out of here?
Nope, I don't. Excited to do the second round and keep this party rolling. A lot of talent falling out of the first round. So tomorrow is going to be a really exciting round. Thank you guys for tuning in. And yeah, that's all I got.
Love it. So make sure to go follow us on X. You can follow me at And Now Rick. You could follow the Only Football Pod on X. And Kyle, where can they follow you on X?
You can follow me at NFL with Kyle.
NFL with Kyle. KC, the production effort is top notch. Thanks. Thank you.
Yes!
Man. I appreciate it. Appreciate that so very much. And make sure to go follow our YouTube pages. You could follow me at Yo, I'm Rick. Kyle, how about you?
Kyle Kitzman, right there at the bottom left. Kyle Kitzman.
Kyle Kitzman. Bill, good job, guys. Have a great night. Bill, thank you again. And I forgot to mention this on the last stream. Appreciate the donation from you once again. Thank you so much for that, Bill. Appreciate it. Jinja, thank you guys so much. And yeah, go follow us on YouTube. Tell your friends about us. Like the video before you get out of here. Let your family, friends, strangers on the streets, people in your AA meetings, people at work, anybody who is anybody, let them know about the Only Football Podcast. Edub, you take care as well. Bill, thank you so much again. Kyle, always a good time, brother.
Always a good time.
Sir!